Alright, hey there everybody, Sarah here, and welcome back to this ongoing playthrough of Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. We didn't make quite as much progress towards the 100% mark as I was kinda hoping to last time. Between the lobsters and Telethia being a bit harder of a boss than I was necessarily prepared for. There's still some stuff that's giving me some challenges here at the end of the game, which is great. Yeah, that is a good question, troopers. I still haven't quite landed on what game I want to go to next. I'm probably going to end up putting a poll up at some point to see what people would be interested in. Whatever it's going to be, it's probably going to be something that bridges the gap between now and the hopeful availability of a Switch 2 gameplay coming up in the not-so-distant future. It could be, troopers. I have had Final Fantasy XVI on my sort of long-term agenda for a while. It could be up there. I'm gonna have to think about that. But for now, tonight, I'm going to focus we're going to start by focusing on tracking down this last lobster of the first batch. Pretty sure it's the last lobster. And then hopefully the next batch won't be quite as troublesome as this first batch was. I am also planning to show you guys some fun stuff that I've been tinkering around with over the last several days. I may not have streamed on Wednesday, but I have been playing quite a bit of Xenoblade in the meantime. Yeah, he kinda does that, doesn't he? He kinda does that. Alright, so this little guy. This lobster took me a bit longer to hunt down than I would have liked. Yeah, you know, credits come, credits go. There are always more, right? But yes, so this lobster was hiding right out here, and I think the reason I missed it is because it blends in really well with this red pipe. And every time I swung down here at any time of day, which I should mention I don't think has anything to do with this one, and might not with the others, I might have just been paranoid. So yeah, if I switch it to, like, night, it's still there. But I think the reason I kept missing it is because I never looked back after I'd come down here and sort of taken a quick glance around, and it's very easy to miss if you're not looking at it like this. The only reason I ended up finding it is because I came at it from this angle, and had this moment of, wait a minute. There's also very limited space, I've noticed, with this one, and I'm guessing with the rest, where if you don't catch it at that perfect distance, you're not going to get that little info bit. Huh. I wonder if there's another one somewhere. Could have sworn you were supposed to get notified that the next set was around. Huh. Nothing going on back where all this mess started. Oh, you made it to Calderos. Fun times. I'm actually planning to take a poke out there pretty soon. There's something I would like to share with anyone interested. Okay, hang on. I could have sworn there was another batch of lobsters that should be showing up, but... Huh. Okay, that one wasn't there before. I know that one wasn't there. I've come by here so many times. These aren't toys. You'll get them back with interest. Poor little nobody. Okay, somebody has issues. Outdoor movie screening of Skull Wars 2: The Skelening. Oh, yeah, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. This guy is, very disturbed. Okay. We've got another pack of lobsters to find. But just to show him how much I care, I'm going to take a minute and head back out to Coltros, like I mentioned a moment ago. I wanted to get that next batch spawned. We're going to come back to this shortly, but... So, before I get into this, I kind of rediscovered the way this game lets you dig yourself into your own rabbit hole of, I want to accomplish this. And then partway along the way to accomplishing this, you realize, oh wait, if I do this, it'll make the first thing easier to do. So you start doing that, and it kind of ends up in a giant chain reaction. So, part A was me... Well, I guess actually, hold on, before I come back to Baldur's, let me stop by the barracks, because I start tinkering with a different skull than the Ares, because I was trying to make it a little simpler to farm out specific ingredients from various critters around the world. So I started working with this guy over here. Ended up getting quite a lot of fun stuff for it, but these two weapons specifically are apparently one of the best backslot weapons in the game that aren't super weapons. Basically, if you're not using a super weapon, you're probably going to use one or two of these. And there are reasons to not use super weapons, since the more arts you have available, the more you can fish for a cockpit time trigger, and just reset everything all at once. So, with those two weapons in mind, or one weapon, it's just I have a couple of them, they come from a very specific place over in Coltros, which, if you might remember from some of the earlier playthrough, or if you've run into this yourself in your various adventures, there is a fun little robot down here in the Ganglion Anthropolis. And this robot is the only place you can get this weapon at this level. There are lower level versions that you can get, but obviously they're not as strong as this one. Now, particular tyrant has a few fun quirks that make it a little aggravating to really farm up properly. Namely, you know, the fact that it's all the way out here, so you can't fight it in the skull. Not really. From what I understand, apparently you can target it here, run all the way back to your skull outside, and then shoot it through the wall if you have enough range augments. But that does seem horribly inefficient, because then you're doubling your running time back and forth. So, I decided I was going to try and figure out a way to farm this guy efficiently. And doing that, especially if you want to get these weapons, means you need to break appendages, the two weapons on his shoulder. If you don't get the weapon at all. So if you go in here swinging your Core Crusher Ether build, you're not getting this weapon at all. And you're probably not getting any other skull weapons either. So you need something that can break these shoulders and take him down in a reasonable amount of time. And you also don't want it to be melee, because he has an annoying tendency to hop all the way to the back of this room, and very far out of range of you. So what I did is I put together a sniper rifle build. The weapons really aren't particularly optimized here. I went with I did find a beam sniper rifle, because I wanted to pair it with the Photon Saber and Reflection setup, and Astrolibrium boosts beam damage, so it's an extra perk just for using that. It's honestly a really basic relic. Every time I see this, I read this as relic. It's actually a T, not an L. And the weapon I have is mostly set up for, well, using the Photon Saber as the primary weapon, but potential boost is really good, turns out. And the rest of this is just mostly the arms and a vest with Reflect Physical, which I can replace. If I remember correctly, this guy doesn't have... Let me see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't have any ether damage. It's beam damage, physical damage, and lightning damage is all he has. So you can go ahead and stick a pile of extra potential into various slots, so you don't have to worry about that. Oh, I can absolutely sympathize with hunting for a tyrant in a particular type of weather. It is a pain. But congratulations. That is... I'm hoping we hit that tonight. We'll see, but there's a decent chance. Yep, and I can just stick another one in here. All of the potential. Okay. Oh, and digging a bit more into the augments over here. Ranged attack is really, really good for this, because you do want your shrapnels to be hitting pretty hard. And it's also why you have this ranged appendage damage augment in here. This doesn't add to damage done to the boss's health bar, but it does make appendages that much easier to break. And you really want to just be one-shotting those appendages with this. Nullify Beam Reflect is also very important. Kind of like that Zedom over in Noctilum. This guy has Beam Reflect up. So, you might ask at that point, okay, why bother with a beam weapon? But the boss also has a vulnerability to beam damage, so between that and the boost from Astrolibrium, I think it works and offsets any loss you might be able to make up for by using a different augment here. Okay, so I've got my electric, beam reflect is covered by Astrolibrium, all the potential ups. Okay. Then over in skills, it's mostly kind of basic ranged setup, I do need to switch this out. Because I also ended up finding a way to work Longshot into the build. Which doesn't seem super critical until you realize that this boss, even with a sniper rifle, can jump far enough away to be out of range and force you to go running after him. With this, there is nowhere in this entire room he can go that you can't shoot him from where you start fighting him. And the rest of it is just improving damage output. Arts-wise is actually... I'm kind of focused on the Photon Saber a bit here because I've been using it all game long, but it does work really, really well for this. Because basically what you do is you have Essence Exchange, which always gets you directly to your max TP, and lets you start with an overdrive into Astrolibrium, Eagle Eye, and Howling Soul. And once you have these three set up, the rest of it plays out pretty quickly. Sidewinder cuts his debuff res so that you can stun him more easily. The stun makes this do more damage, basically guarantees a one-shot on the shoulders, and usually after a pair of intercept shrapnels on the shoulders, you can just finish him off with Afterburner. It works out really well. You do want to bring along a treasure sensor for this. Elna's my default. I just like having her around. Okay. I do have an Arts Gain TP in here, hang on. Pretty sure it's on the weapon. Yeah, okay, good. Making sure before I kill myself randomly here.
I feel it. What are we waiting for? Let's see those orders! Equilibrium! Eagle Eye! Howling Soul! Now, melee attacks! Sidewinder! Intercept!
And there it goes. Still in range though. There it is.
Shrapnel!
And down you go.
Afterburner! Primer! Yes! We win! Nice work.
Not actually my fastest takedown of this guy, but it's very, very efficient. And because this basically sets up to just break both shoulders and then kill him, as long as you have someone with treasure sensor on board, you get all of the loot. You'll get 2 of these every time, which makes it a lot easier to find a good version that actually has traits you're looking for, and you even get 4 other spell weapons in the bargain. Sadly, none of this is actually useful, but it's really good. It makes it... just figuring this setup out and putting together the stuff to enable it was really satisfying, and I did want to share that in case anybody wants to farm this to make their own custom skull. Okay. Think back to NLA. Oh, so speaking of NLA, I did have this pop up while I was tinkering around with stuff over the week, and it reminded me that I actually have a few party members that aren't at max affinity yet. Which I'm guessing opens up those level 5 heart-to-hearts, which would explain those 2 segments in NLA that are still locked off that I haven't figured out. That's the hope, at least. I really, really hope that's all it is. Speaking of hope... fine, I'll get HP in there as well. And Fog. Yeah, Boze's still missing one. I'll work on Boze next. Yeah, it's a good time to do that, JD. Clearing out a backlog is always...
Yep.
I try personally not to let backlog accumulate because it's very hard to see a pile of things you want to do and pick a way to actually start it, instead of just saying, oh, look at this fun thing happening right now. But yes, I completely understand. And for troopers, if you're... I'm guessing you're talking about battle points, right? Let's see. So if you're talking about battle points to level up arts and skills and stuff, there are missions that you can accept in the barracks. I think they're called support missions that give you a pretty large pile of battle points or experience or money or meridium or even affinity if you're looking for that, which I might tackle in just a moment.
Again.
A vague memory. Probably lived in an apartment. I have no idea. Oh. Someone else has a bit of a memory issue, huh? And, something tells me that in his case, that might be less of a glitch and more of a feature from what we saw of Eleonora last time. Keep on kicking this planet's ass. That's the plan. Until you get overconfident and something steps on you. Oh, class XP. Let me see. It's going to be hard for me to confirm that because I've finished maxing the classes out. But, oh shoot, I'm outside. Let me see. Oh, no, I might be finished maxing my class out, but these guys might not be. Haven't actually checked party status for a while. Oh. Oh geez, I need to work on some upgrades for people, don't I? Yeah, so she's only 14 out of 20, I guess? Whatever she is not maxed out yet. And neither is HP. So let's find out. Yeah, so the support missions are back here, and I'm pretty sure these are not tied to anything online. So even if you don't have the Nintendo Switch Online going, it's... yep, right here. This is what you're looking for. So if you want to go and farm a specific class out really quickly, you can come in here and just run these a few times, and it'll go really quickly, honestly. The time limit on these is not necessarily... it does not correlate how hard they are to clear. And I'm actually going to go ahead and demo that. Here. May as well, if I want affinity with everybody and want it quickly. This is a good way to do it. Defeat 4 of them, huh?
Away with Yay! We win!
Careful, no
Power up! Get yourself ready! Yay! We win! Power up! Thank heavens!
Be careful. Let's weaken them first.
Oh, there's another. 4.
Yay! We win! Power up! Get yourself ready!
Be careful. Let's weaken them first.
Power up would be the
Was
smart
anyone
approach.
hurt? We win!
That one was guaranteed.
Die! Power up!
forgot I was in the areas.
Powering up would be the smartest
Away
way.
with you! Power up! I doubt we'll struggle with this.
Let's kick these losers to the curb.
This skill is not... it's very much a single target skill, with no cleave damage at all. By design. There are obviously things you can pick up and tinker with that do AoE. But that wasn't what I was looking for with this skill. Really, just fog. Well, you know what? Sure. May as well do that a couple more times. Out of curiosity. That's it. That's it right there. Okay, so this is probably going to be one of these last three. Excellent. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I'm so glad that popped up and got me thinking about it. Let me switch you back out. Grab my areas again. And we'll make this go even faster. A little too far.
Swiss cheese. Power up! Make yourself ready! We need to strike first. Close in! Yes! Who's ready, so I'm allowed to go all out?
Oops.
Yay! We win!
And that one might have been a little excessive.
Let's make some... What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras! Let's make some Swiss cheese. Yes!
Swift action is rewarded. Strike now!
Let's make some Swiss cheese.
Right now. These go very quickly, and all of them are kind of in the same vein. They might have a couple of different objectives sprinkled in there, but if you really want just about any of these things quickly, affinity, BP, XP, money, Moranium, this is where to go. Sadly, one of the few things you can't get here is extra Bonchelium, which in the post game when you're just trying to optimize things and tinker around with different builds, ends up being the biggest gatekeeper to your ability to do any of that. Tickets are pretty easy to come by. You can just... Oh, really? An almond doll, huh? That's actually not a problem, because they come at every level, troopers. Obviously, the level 51 tends to be the most effective way to spend your time, but they scale all the way down to level 1, so you will always have this as an option if you want it. Oh, speaking of, I don't think anyone actually went up, did they? Yeah, I actually noticed that too. And I'll probably end up demoing that in a bit. But first, since apparently these guys are being stubborn,
them as a little warm-up.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Let's make some. What are we waiting for? Let's see those orange. Let's make some Swiss cheese.
Still no, huh? Well, we can continue to beat up Prone until affinities are built.
Let the black light swallow you. Come on,
really?
get yourself ready. Which of you fools is dying first? Yay! We win!
Predictable. Shall we?
Let's make some Swiss cheese.
Let's prepare them as a little warm-up.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Come on, then. Get yourself ready to go.
Thank heavens.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Come on, get yourself ready.
Alright, let's see if this is enough. One down. Just one. Okay. That's alright. HB, you can go back to the bench, and never come back off it. Yeah, the sim room is honestly totally optional, troopers. It's there if you really want to accelerate something, but for the most part, it's not necessary.
Let the black light swallow you. Let's make some. What are we waiting for?
And that's also entirely
Let's
fair.
prepare them as a little warm-up.
Is anyone hurt?
I'm personally really looking forward to DK Bonanza,
Swiss cheese. Cover up. Get yourself ready.
mostly because I feel like it's been an absolute eternity since DK64, and yeah, it's a long overdue title, I think, for DK to get another 3D adventure. But I do agree. Oh, hey. Excellent. Hope is done. And Bose still needs more. Of course, this guy's the last. Well, you know what? It fits that this guy is the very last one I need to max affinity out for. Don't like him much. But yeah, I do agree with you. The current Switch, is still packed with fantastic experiences, and that's not going anywhere.
Let the black light swallow you.
Got closer.
What are we waiting for? See those orange. Let's make some Swiss cheese.
Let's prepare them as a little warm-up.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Hang in there. We've got a way
Let's
to go.
prepare. Rest in
Yeah,
peace.
price tags are always a thing, aren't they? I will say the Switch 2 is a little on the more expensive side than I was expecting. But I think part of that is just because it's been, what, 6-7 years since the Switch 1 came out? Or longer? I don't know, it's been a while. Oh good, you're done. Okay, Bose, you can go away. Go back to looking out over a broken bridge. Oh, ouch. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, the bright side is you got it fixed, and it is always... Yep. Hope. Okay. But yeah, the bright side is you got it fixed, and that's hopefully something you won't have to worry about for a long time. Yeah. Alright, Hope. How are you doing? Orphe's food reserves and no fun discussing their special education program. She's being an interspecies manager, isn't she? Make a numbered list of priorities. Come visit my pet. You seemed very content with it. Yeah, they have been contributing a lot to our general life here on Mira. I mean, I do tend to basically do anything and everything they ever ask me to do, so sometimes I may end up regretting this. There's no fun with their golden pollen orbs. Okay. Well, it's just about chipping away at it, right? Like with any big spend, it's... If you can't pay it off all at once, it's just about making sure you stay on top of it. He's still lost in the clouds, isn't he? There is a lot of water here. Yes. He tends to... he tends to let you know how much he enjoys his alcohol. A larger and more serious problem. I mean, I imagine he'd be over the moon, but the rest of the city might not. Yeah. Citizens of Italy might object to their water supply being turned into scotch. Special booze, raging party. I'm sure Elle could whip up a new type of alcohol that would surprise him. I don't know if that's the best angle, but sure. Elle's brand of alcohol might be difficult. Oh, and two more. You know what? The two of you can wait. The two of you can wait. I have lobsters to hunt.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so let me change it to nighttime. I do think these things are easier to spot at night, and if I've been wrong this whole time about them showing up at different times of day, it'll only help. Lobster number 1. Oh. I could have sworn this was a lobster. I was thinking, hold on. Huh. Nothing in the test hangar, though. Okay. Come out! There's one. And LA does have that. It's a soundtrack that I think is an acquired taste, but you definitely acquire a taste for it over the course of the game. Ooh, 2. 1 here. 1 there. I definitely saw one over here. There you are. I was wondering why there wasn't one here earlier. In batch 1. And 2 more. Okay. Come here, you little lobster. Alright. 7 down, 42 to go. Or is it 8? I don't... Did we start at 49 or 50? Either way. 42 left to find. Yeah, I don't think there are any missions I haven't done, so I guess that probably doesn't go anywhere, huh? I feel like, if anything, that's one of those kind of minor plot threads that doesn't... And another one. Doesn't get picked up on here, but if we ever get a sequel to X, I would not be surprised if we end up seeing it there. It's a really easy thing that could just be they could do a lot with that, where it's like, okay, the higher-ups in NLA are trying to basically engineer their way towards a galactic army. Only one here, huh? Don't know how much I trust that, but not seeing any others at the moment. It's nice to actually be finding lobsters again, though. Oh, right, you're right, that one where it's like, oh yes, I want to assassinate the general of NLA to prove my worth. Oh, there was one right here. Wait, there were 2? Huh, okay. I picked one up that I didn't even see, so I'll take it. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a little awkward, isn't it, Troopers? I don't know if Nagi was in my party when I caught that one, but, it's very much one of those, maybe not. Let's maybe rethink this plan. There's another one. There was one in here last time, so probably not this time around. Oh, that's right, I haven't done a lap around NLA, have I? On the upper end. Let's go ahead and do that. And change the time. Try and keep them easy to spot. I think I found one lobster up here last time, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's another one now. Alright. I didn't check the upper ring, but I'll try that later if I don't find them all down below. Was that one? I think that's... Yep, there it is. Right behind Professor B's lab. Okay. I think that's the central area checked for the industrial district. Alright. So we've checked industrial, we've checked the water level. You see any lobsters around here, Jim? Nope, I see one over there. 2. There's one here in the parking lot. And one on the other side. Also, just want to say, Bose, but you're doing a terrible job of keeping the city safe. He was sitting there staring out at a lobster over here with zero concern, and then later there was another one right next to him. He's not very good at his job of keeping the city safe. You mean in my game, or in yours, Troopers? Oh, okay. I was thinking, wait, I missed one. Where is it? These lights. The lights around these helipads are just bait. Every time I see them, I think it's a lobster. Oh, there's one. Oh, that's a sneaky one. Right in that doorway. You're almost never going to see a little info line for that. The angle is just, yeah. Devious. Oh, there's another one. Sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. Okay, this second batch is getting very sneaky, isn't it? I don't think I looked at the food court yet. Let's see. checked this area. And Al's favorite pizza place. Once they corrected their supply shortage, at least. Okay, I think that's this corner of the commercial district checked. Just flying over it one more time to make sure. Oh, right in the middle of the road. Look at you. Yep. With that one in mind. Words. Just gonna check these outer roads, and then that last corner of the commercial district. Well, I didn't see that one, but I'll take it. Time to fix the time again. Wait, what? Oh, it must have been right on the corner here. I think the skull was covering it up as I gained elevation. Okay. That was number 70, right? I think we're doing pretty well. Means there are only 19 to go? 29? Oh shoot, 29. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I think I might be missing some. I guess we'll see. Ha! Yeah. 28 left. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I kind of expect there will be. There wasn't one last time, so it makes sense that there's one now. And it is on my to-check list, like once I get to the upper side of the administrative district. But first, in the rest of the hangar. Okay. This seems suspiciously empty of lobsters. Why aren't there any down here? Maybe they're further up in the scaffolding? Huh. Okay, well. I hope there are a lot in the upper area here, because I'm missing too many to be comfortable. There's one. Yeah, I feel like I missed several potentially down in the hangar. They've been getting very tricky about these. Let me run through this area on foot.
Listen.
At the edge of the universe.
Well,
We're going to plant data probes just out
I
in
see.
space now. This is normal.
listen, all right?
Okay. Nothing hiding out in there. I'll add that one to the pile of lobsters that I didn't see but picked up anyway. Whoops. Not trying to fall down there. Aha! Another one. Ooh, hang on. I didn't head all the way out the other gate. I'm going to have to do that. Alright, Armory Alley. It's like nearly guaranteed there's one in here, right? Probably. I guess not. Okay. Nothing on top of the barracks this time. There is one down there. See it through the gaps. The mission control terminal is not, in fact, another lobster. There you are. Also, back down to nighttime. And make that red pop as much as I can. I am not going to fail to check this area properly this time. Aha! There's one. Triple check the pipes nearby, but that's probably the only one right here. Oh, there was another one down here. Didn't see it, but I think it was right around here, somewhere in this area below the elevator. Okay. We check this alley, and then we check the front of Blade Tower and the rooftops of all of these buildings. You see any lobsters out here, Maurice? Aha. Okay. Starting to feel a little more comfortable with this lobster count. Because I still have to hit the commercial district, and then there's the Nopon ship Manon ship as well. If the Manon aren't careful, the Nopon will try to steal it out from under them, but, you know, it's the Manon's ship for now. Is that another one? It is. Ooh. Okay. Nearly missed that. That is a possibility. I mean, the whole X being 10, or code for 10, I guess, I know I've seen that theory being thrown around in a few different places, and it's still very possible. I think about the only thing we do know right now is that all four of these games are tied together. But there are so many different ways that can happen. Ha, hello there. That until we see whatever monolith is cooking next, it's going to be hard to say for sure. I don't know if it would even need to be that far in the distant future, though, because we do have, like, Skell-adjacent tech that you can see in Xenoblade 2. All of, like, the entire world tree area is basically on par with the tech you see here in Xenoblade 2, or in Xenoblade X. I mean, if you look at it, Ion is basically just a super skull. It's a really big and powerful skull. And all of the artifices in Xenoblade 2 were basically skulls as well. Well, the skulls and the smaller ones would be more like those Cumovas and Hos and all the various ganglion constructs. But equivalents. I know there are some of the enemies in the world's tree are almost a one-to-one design from from some of the enemies you see here in Xenoblade X. And one on top of the tower too. Okay. 83. So 16. Unless I've missed some, which entirely possible. Especially down in the hangar. That means there are 8 each on average across the commercial district and the ship. Let's find out. trying to check off the sides too a little bit, because there have been a few hiding like that this time around. I am bothered by the fact that I don't think there was a lobster in this area, even in the first batch. And not seeing one here now is weird. Okay, let me go grab you. That lobster is not dinner, I promise. That is not a lobster anyone wants to eat out here. Was that one? Yes, that is. Right under the bell. That is a mood, Groovers. And if I'm guessing from what you're saying, is you picked it up before you realized just how far out Culturus is. That's entirely understandable. Oh, gotcha. Well, also understandable. It's one of those quests where you either pay attention to where it's sending you and say nope, and then you come back to it much, much later in the game, or you don't pay attention to it and then you realize just how much trouble you've gotten yourself into. There's another one. And another one. I see you there, in between all the crates. Okay, shooting stars in the background of Primordia and NLA. It looks great. Everything in this game looks so good. Where are they hiding? Was that one right there? Nope. Just a light. Still a couple short of where I would like to be, assuming these are spread out fairly evenly. But there might also be a lot of them up on the men on ship. If I remember correctly, I think there was an entire side of the ship that was unpopulated last time. One more circle around this district, and then I think we'll head up to the ship. Wait, I don't know if I checked these houses, did I? I did, right, because, well, I picked up that one. I don't know if I checked all of them. I don't know if I trust this, but... Oops. Up we go. Let's see how many of these we can find on the ship. Okay. Aha. I see you. Come here. Okay, 10 to go. I don't know if all of them are going to be on the ship. But we'll find out.
Huh? Yes?
Yeah, there are a lot of classes, aren't there, troopers? If I will recommend, if you haven't already, going into just pausing the lobster hunt for a moment. But if you haven't already, I would highly recommend at least getting one of these maxed out before you go after all of the others. Mostly because it lets you keep at least one weapon that you're comfortable with going into any of the others. And honestly, that just, it does a lot. Where are my lobsters?
Hey, hey!
One up there.
Hey, hey! That's right, yeah? You see... Yeah? Well... Pizza time! Silly humans.
Huh. How am I getting up there? Oh, no. Ah, shoot.
Cool!
Got him. Okay. 9 left.
You know,
You listen.
well...
Honestly, one-shot builds are going to be pretty difficult to do with a level 50 skill. If you have it unlocked... Let me find it, hang on. If you have it unlocked, there... Shoot, hang on, can't get to it from here because that one is not customizable. Let's see. Okay, if you have it unlocked, the Zenith Cannon, there's a level 50 version that you can craft that it's not the level 60 version, but it still hits really, really hard. I don't know how effectively it'll one-shot stuff that you run into. It's not going to be good enough to take down some of the higher level tyrants in the game, but if you're mostly working around your current level, it should be good enough to, if not one-shot things, at least hit really hard. Especially if you can get some augments that support it, with physical damage or opening arts damage. Slayer augments are pretty easy to craft. Honestly, like overall, level 50 skills I would look at as being a temporary thing that just get you up to the end of the story. Sorry, that get you up to the end of chapter 12, and then you'll want to start replacing them. So, as much as, yeah, they're definitely worth picking up and investing in, I wouldn't worry too much about overcommitting to them, if that makes sense. Also, for Drifter Saber builds, I have actually ended up using Photon Saber for almost the entire game, so hang on. I think Saber builds are going to depend a bit on which classes you have unlocked, but if you're going back to Drifter, I'm going to make an assumption and say you've probably gotten everything unlocked here. Photon Sabers work really well with dual guns, like basically every melee weapon in the game. Mostly because of Ghostwalker. Ghostwalker is extraordinarily strong, but you don't have to rely on it as much as you would with most other weapons. And the reason for that is this handy art called Astrolibrium. If you pick up enough gear that gives you Reflect, and you can pick it up on some pieces of gear that you won't necessarily see it on at higher levels. Oops. Especially in the chest piece. But there are... hang on. I think there's a right arm that'll... yeah. These, I think, come from the basic missions over at the Blade Terminal. But if you pick up things that have extra reflect options, those get tacked onto Astrolibrium, so you can end up ignoring multiple damage types pretty early on in the game. If and or when you make it to Kaltros, I would also highly recommend trying to get to... let me find the map for a moment. If you can manage to defeat or otherwise sneak your way into the teleporter that's under the Tyrant right up here, there is a very, very useful augment in a treasure chest on the other side of it for Reflect Ether. And if you can get your hands on that, being able to reflect beam damage, ether damage, potentially physical or gravity, depending on what you get in your chest piece, and thermal, it'll cover most of the damage types in the game. You'll still have to worry a bit about electric damage, but that's where you can potentially use Ghostwalker from dual guns to cover the bits that you haven't gotten a reflect for yet. In terms of just a Photon Saber focused build, I don't have one currently equipped, but depending on how much potential you have on your gear, you'll probably just want to focus on Starfall Blade, Blossom, and Rondo, and stick with those three as your main damage dealing arts. I don't recommend Cataclysm. It can be a really funny high damage ability, but it only hits once, and even with that 300% damage from an aura, it never feels like it hits as hard as Starlight Duster does. So this would be my recommendation for your go-to TP spender, other than just keeping your Astrolibrium online. Definitely unlock Essence Exchange as soon as you can. Dual Guns offers Primer. Essence Exchange is just... it's so good. It is so good. Especially if you have any extra TP coming from augments or gear, you can get a lot of TP from this, and as long as you keep your Reflects going and or Ghostwalker, you never really have to worry about being down at, 100 hit points, because nothing can hit you anyway. Phenomenon this is an art you can kind of safely ignore and use something else for, because unless you are using an Ether Saber, it's not really going to be that good for you. What else was I going to say? Right, so personal recommendation would be to go for dual guns to back up your Photon Saber. At least early on. Once you have a collection of all of the different reflect options, and you can get that eventually, but in Chapter 7 you're probably not going to have all of these yet. But once you do have all of these, you can basically just rely on this for most enemies in the game and branch out from dual guns into all kinds of other options. I actually discovered and really enjoyed how strong a Psycho Launcher setup can be. to go with your photon saber. Let me see. I don't know if I can find it without switching weapons, and that'll... then I'll have to set everything back up again. Let's see. So, if we go down to Psycho Launchers... No, that's ray guns. Where's... There they are. So, Psycho Launchers have... I don't think it's listed here. I think one of them is from an affinity mission. But Psycho Launchers have 2 different TP arts that can topple. And if you want, what you can do is you can lean all the way into that and just keep basically anything in the game permanently toppled. With enough of a setup, you can do that with one art, but having both of them means that you just have a backup. And you basically just never let them get up, and at that point you almost don't even need the reflect going. It is safe to have as a backup in case you mess up or something else joins the fight, but it can be very, very silly. Okay, anyway, lobsters, sorry. I got on a bit of a soapbox there.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Making sure.
Listen, friend.
Something I will say about photon sabers is they're not... I don't think they'll ever really hit the same, like, maximized damage output that a longsword build would have. I haven't actually tinkered with longswords yet in this playthrough, but I understand that they're pretty broken when it comes to max damage output. Huh. Only one on this side of the ship? I don't trust that at all. I don't think I saw any on those middle bits, but I'm going to take another look when I get up there. Whoops. And try not to fall. Yeah, well, dual guns are basically broken by virtue of access to Ghostwalker. But damage-wise, they can do a lot too, you're right. Oh, shoot, I missed. I think there was one up here last time, so there might not be one there again in a different spot, but I don't trust it.
You
Only finding one lobster out here feels very suspicious. Alright. Okay, the other side of the ship needs to do some heavy lifting, or we've missed something.
Hey. Hey.
Yes.
How can this be?
Oh.
Disc bombs. I've heard good things about them. I haven't gone and farmed them out myself yet. I've mostly just been tinkering with the beam weapons on custom skills.
Hey.
I should look into them though.
Listen.
I've been picking up a lot of thermal weapons on the side while I've been getting other stuff, so I don't know if disc bombs are thermal,
Step right
but
up.
if they are, I'm probably going to look into that sooner or later.
Listen.
Ah, there's one, down the stairs on this side.
Hey.
Oh, and another one back there. Okay. So, on the other side, top and bottom of the stairs.
Hey.
Listen.
Okay, that one is going to be a little tricky to reach, huh? Got it. 8 to go. Feel like I might have missed one or two in the city, somewhere.
Volta.
Wait, where was it? Hang on. I know I saw it. There it is. There you are. 7 left. Perhaps we can convince the men on to set aside that
About
pizza they're always eating. Yeah, good luck with that one, buddy. The men on have discovered their holy grail. They're not going to give it up.
You humans.
What?
Hmm. So, contrary to my thumbnail, I'm guessing there aren't as many lobsters out on the ship as I half expected there to be. Huh. And we are short several lobsters. Ah, there's one. Yeah, we are short 6 lobsters, huh? Okay.
Listen.
Pretty sure they're not going to be up there because I don't think you can get up there. So we found, what, 4 up here? On the ship, on the left and right sides both? 4 or 5.
Hey.
I don't know. Huh. I guess it means I'll need to take another tour of the city. We're so close. Ah, we're so close. Hmm. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a brief break from lobster hunting. And I'm actually going to show one of the things that I was just talking about with being able to topple lock things. Let's see. So, if I'm going to do this, I need to switch up a lot of my current equipment. I want this one. I have heard that it sold... I think I saw that it knocked Mario Kart out of the top selling spot for the last month, which I don't know if I should be impressed by that or not, because Mario Kart 8 has been basically at the top forever. But with that in mind, it is impressive that it's actually outsold it. I don't know if that was just the Japanese sales, but it's really good to see the game doing well. I love this game to bits, so it makes me happy to see it doing well. Okay, and I did want... yeah, I do want to keep that. Keep that. That should be all the art skin TP I need. Let me see. I think I was using... shoot, I did not make a note of all of the different augments I was bringing along. But I think it was a double appendage crusher. Maybe it was melee attack? Or maybe I had another art skin TP. I think I might have. So what I'm going to end up doing here ends up being pretty hungry for TP. Okay. Now, the trick to this is that I'm kind of going to cheat and avoid needing to use too many, if any, reflect augments outside of... I think ether and gravity would be the only ones I need. And there's a good chance I goof this up because it's very reliant on getting your timing right. Oh wait, I don't need electric. Oh, and that's right, these are not the right pieces of equipment. There we go. I want my melee attack. Ranged attack is not what I'm going for here. Ether, right. Let me see. Okay, yeah, he does have a few ether attacks, so we'll play it safe. Make sure I keep 2 reflects up, and the rest can go into potential. Yeah, it's one of the few sections where I look at it and think, I wish I could get a different non-beam reflect out of Astrolibrium, but we'll live. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait, I don't think it was this weapon at all. Hang on, let me go back. I'm looking at this and thinking, why is my... Right, it's because I'm not using dual guns for this at all. There we are. If I do this right, I'm not going to need Ghostwalker, and I will not regret this. Big if there, but you know. We're going to roll with that and hope I'm right. I guess it's just a melee attack up here. I think Appendage Crusher 1 is all I need. Yeah, Appendage Crusher 1. Okay. Alright, so that puts me at, what, somewhere around 600 potential? Could go higher, obviously, but I don't trust myself to be able to knock it over with my first attack, and if I don't and don't have my reflects up, I'm going to die very, very quickly. Okay, so over to Core Crusher. And then grab that. Grab that. Trying to figure out what was my last skill. Oh, right, or Assault, of course. I'm thinking, it's an obvious one, but why am I not remembering it? Because I've been using a sniper rifle instead for a while. So, This one looks a little weird because normally fast forward is just a given in any melee build because it's really, really good. I don't think I'm actually going to need it here. Pretty sure. And the idea is that I'm just going to keep this boss locked forever and a day. Not with Starlight Kick, but with Crafty Lunge, which is a hilariously silly art. Whoops. Okay, so I did a couple of attempts at this, and I know it can work as long as I get the timing right. I don't know if it will work this time, but practice makes perfect. Let's give this a shot. Oh, wait, before I do, a little bit more tweaking to do. So what I'm going to do here is use the Ares to open up its weak point right away, and also take care of any of its Philly gens that show up at the beginning of the fight, which can be very annoying to deal with if you're solo and trying to do most of the fight on foot. Yeah, the rest of it's fine. Okay. Go refuel too. I'm a little bit low. Okay, now we're ready. Promise. Alright, final menace, let's go.
As long as they're coming to us. What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Where are those Philly events? Come on. There they are. Wait, which one am I targeting? Good.
Let's make some sweet cheese.
Wait, shoot, I didn't get the other one? Really? Yeah. Well, this is off to a fantastic start. Come on, how many topples is it throwing my way? I basically wasted another minute because I didn't paint this thing properly. Okay, they're both dead. Getting toppled one more time. Okay, not the best start.
Better do this one by hand. Let cloud move in. Overdrive! Stop all project that has her. Crippling! Startle blade! Phenomenon! Gravity lunge! We can't take any chances against this giant! Startle blade! Do you mind if I cut the cloud through them? Overdrive! Did you think I was done?
Oh, I don't have enough TP. Whoops. So... Interesting. Ah, damn it. And I whiffed it. Okay. Ooh, let's try this again.
Mind if I cut this next cloud through them? Overdrive! Mind if I cut this engagement
I
short?
really shouldn't be letting that drop at all.
Phenomenon! Doppel Blocko! Doppel Blade! Doppel Blocko!
Of course, I got another one.
I knocked them over! Let's get them booted! Stop playing! New! Doppel Blade! Doppel Blocko! We can't take any chances against these giants! Astrolibrium! Doppel Blocko! That happened! Cripple it!
Turning the wing.
Gravity Lung!
Okay.
Them over!
Now we're
Let's put the boots
now
in.
we're finally going to start this properly.
Phenomenon! Gravity Lung! That happened! Cripple it! Doppel Blade! Doppel Blocko! Starlight Duck! We can't take any chances against these giants! Astro! Let's be smart about this. Use an aura! Doppel Blossom! Gravity Lung! I knocked them over! Let's put them boosting! Doppel Blocko! Gravity Lung! I destroyed it! That crippled
Shh, I messed that up.
Gravity Lung!
Thankfully, it doesn't matter too much.
Let's put them boosting! Phenomenon! Gravity Lung! We can't take any chances against these giants! Doppel Blocko!
Oh, did I break his weak point too? Of course I did. Okay. So I really messed this up, start and finish, but
Gravity Lung! I knocked them over! Let's put them booting!
oh wow.
Astrolibrium!
Okay,
I'm feeling pretty
definitely not something I used to do at the drop of a hat yet.
good! Overdrive!
Need some more practice.
Doppel Blocko! Gravity Lung! That had to hurt! Cripple it! Doppel Blade! Starlight Duck! We can't take any chances against these giants! Doppel Blade! Phenomenon! Astrolib! Let's be smart about this. Use an aura! Doppel Blocko! That had to hurt! Cripple it! Doppel Blocko! Doppel Blade! Gravity Lung! Doppel Blocko! Doppel Blade! Start trying to let cloud through them. Overdrive! Gravity Lung! Ready for a ride to the dark side. I knocked them over! Let's put the boot in! Doppel Blocko! That had to hurt! Cripple it! Doppel Blade! We can't take any chances against these giants! Starlight Duster! Gravity Lung! That had to hurt! Cripple it! Phenomenon!
Ah, I really need to pay attention to that. I really need to pay attention to that.
Gravity Lung! Mind if I cut this engagement short? That had to hurt! Cripple it! Starlight Duster!
Okay, well, this was not a good demo of what this is trying to do, but
Did you think I was done? Essence exchange. Gravity lunge. That had to hurt. Crippling. Starfall Rondo. Starfall blade. Starfall blossom. Starlight duster. Gravity lunge. I destroyed it. Cripple that freak.
Oh, sure. And then I broke last appendage.
Starfall blossom. Starfall blade.
Right side is our only 10 seconds left.
Gravity lunge. I knocked them over. Let's put them moving. Starfall Rondo.
Okay, well, I kind of botched that about 10 different ways, but still managed to stabilize every time. Basically, it's a really resilient build going into this. As long as you play it right, you can't die. Ugh, only 70? I think I got something like 160 when I was doing this closer to correctly. I don't think I've actually gone the full 8 minutes doing it right. Let's try that again. But the idea of it is that you basically keep him topple locked, but you do need, since you're doing this on your own, and you don't want, and the topple arts available with Psycho Launchers are locked into gravity damage, you need to make sure that you're not targeting the weak point with them, otherwise it will shatter immediately and then you lose all of that extra damage for the rest of the fight. And what you can do to make sure you do that is have the weak point targeted, and every time you're about to use Gravity Lunge, you switch the appendage target left or right, use Gravity Lunge, and then switch back. You do need to pay attention to whether or not you actually break that appendage so that you don't end up targeting the body somehow, and basically you need to pay very close attention to what's going on throughout the fight. But if you pull it off, it does a lot of damage. Let's see if I can also not lose an entire minute to being topple locked at the beginning of this.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras! Let the black light see it. After a cannon. Let's make some Swiss cheese.
Okay, off them both this time, but I can try this.
Astrolibrium! Essence, I'm feeling pretty loud hunger. Overdrive! Starfall Rondo! That had to hurt. Crippling! Starfall Blade! Starlight Duster!
Okay,
Mind if I come to loud hunger? Overdrive! Starfall Blossom! We can't take any chances against these giants! Phenomenon! Did you think I was done? Astrolib! Let's be smart about this. Use it always! Starfall Blossom! Starfall Blade! We can't take any chances against these giants! Essence exchange! Gravity light! I knocked them over! Let's put them boosted! Starlight Duster! Gravity light! Starfall Rondo! We can't take any chances against these giants! Gravity lunge! Astrolibrium! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blossom!
hang on. Why aren't you toppled?
Gravity lunge! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blade! Start playing Let Cloud through them! Overdrive! Gravity lunge! Starfall Rondo! can't take any chances against this giant! Phenomenon! Gravity light! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blade! Starfall Blossom! Gravity light! Starlight Duster! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blade! Starfall Blossom! Gravity light! Starfall Rondo! We can't take any chances against the giant! Gravity light! I destroyed it! Now cripple that freak! Phenomenon! Starfall Rondo! That has to hurt! Cripple it! Astrolibrium!
Oh shoot.
Gravity
Wrong
lunge! We can't take any chances against the giant! Starfall Blade! Starfall Blossom! Gravity lunge! I knocked them over! Let's get them moving! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blossom! That had to hurt! Cripple it! Start praying! Nothing is new! Starfall Rondo! Start praying! Let's cloud! Overdrive! Starfall Blade! Gravity lunge!
Oh shoot, okay.
Starfall Rondo! We can't take any chances against this giant!
Oh crap, and he's using Dark Ray. Okay. I'm probably about to get knocked out here.
Lost my fire! Is anyone else
Or
struggling?
maybe not. Okay.
Some help! Gravity lunge!
Okay, lucky break there.
Starfall Blossom! Astrolibrium! Existence Gem! Gravity lunge! I knocked them over! Let's put them booting! Mind if I cut this engagement short? That has to hurt! Cripple it! Gravity lunge!
Oops. There we go.
Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blossom! Starlight Duster! Gravity lunge! That has to hurt! Cripple it! Starfall Blade! Starfall Blossom! Phenomenon! Gravity lunge! We can't take any chances against these giants! This is
Close there.
Astrolibrium! Starfall Rondo! Starlight Duster! Gravity lunge! I knocked them over! Let's put them moving! Starfall Blade! Starfall Blossom! Gravity lunge! We can't take any chances against these giants! Phenomenon! Mind if I cut this? Overdrive! Starlight Duster! Starfall Rondo! Mind if I cut this engagement short? We can't take any chances against these giants! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blade! Starlight Duster!
Oh shoot, I wasn't targeting the right thing. Whoopsie.
Gravity lunge! Astrolibrium! Let's be smart about this. Use an aura. Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blossom! That has to hurt! Cripple it!
Go.
Starfall Blade! Okay! Time to hit! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blossom! Starfall Blade! Gravity
Oh,
lunge!
darn it.
That has
Oh, that's bad.
Cripple it! Lost my power.
Yeah, I let him get up. So that's the tricky part about this. If you don't break the core, Dark Ray goes through Reflect.
What are we waiting for? Phenomenon! Gravity loads! Did you think? We can't take any chances against this giant! Astrolibrium! Double blade! Phenomenon! Gravity loads!
Okay. Well, that went better. Slipped up near the end, but went pretty well overall. That is the trick. If you don't keep the topple lock going perfectly, there are 2 attacks he has where he's immune to being toppled. One of them is the supernova, I think it was, and the other one is Dark Ray. And Dark Ray also goes through Reflect, so if you don't have Ghostwalker or some way to evade that art, it's gonna hurt a lot. And if you're not, basically topped up on health, there's a good chance it just kills you. But that went pretty well. Pretty well. I'm going to repeat something I said earlier and note that the longsword builds probably do a lot more damage overall. But it's a lot of fun to make this work, and realize that, okay, I can put together a build that solo will knock out a good chunk of his extra lives, get through all 8 minutes without dying as long as you play it right, and also ends up being an excellent way to topple lock the boss if you want to team up with somebody and enable one of those ridiculous longsword builds, while also, doing a little bit of damage on your own. Okay. Worth noting that you can't quite get that degenerate against Farsus and Telethia. They're both completely immune to topple, which might be something you can change with Soul Voices, but I don't know. I don't think you can. I think they're just both immune to topple. You can't lock them out of doing their thing, and as a result, you do need to actually pay attention to what they're doing and have ways around their abilities that can basically just destroy you if you're relying too heavily on Reflect. I think Telethia's is Ether Breaker, and Farsus has Dark Ray as well, which kind of makes Ghostwalker near mandatory, unless you're willing to interrupt your overdrive, hop in a Skell, let the Skell take the hit, and then get out and start the fight again. But in Telethia's case, I think it mostly uses Ether Breaker when it's in the air, so you're probably already in a Skell there. Okay. Whew. Well, that was an excellent little diversion. Let me go check on these hearts. Do I have a dog? Or is it a cat? It's a cat right now. Back to dog. Okay. And after the hearts, I think what I might do is go back to lobster hunting, see if I can figure out where these last handful of lobsters are at. What on earth is going on here? The racist is being besieged by all of the alien races at once. bursting into laughter at various points. Various inappropriate points. I wonder why, yes. Scold them into a desire for self-improvement, they laugh at that too. Intergalactic appeal. An amusing homily about the joys of pizza. A fiery sermon about the dangers of prejudice. Food, actual serious business. You know, I feel like this would be a good option to kind of aggressively shove this guy into some self-reflection. I suppose I should get started. Oh no. Oh god, here we go again. Oh wait, has he restrained himself to a near 3-hour lecture? He did! I'm so impressed. No, Travis, you do not. Most of the affinity chart updates happen once or twice, and usually after specific side missions or affinity missions, like various triggers. But I'll also say I don't think I've ever made a conscious effort to 100% the affinity chart. So while I'm pretty sure that... Well, hang on. I think I saw a post somewhere about potentially missable completed affinity links, but I would have to look into that. My immediate reaction is no, because basically everything in this game reaches a conclusion at some point, and it does an incredibly good job of not locking you out of anything. Except, like, level 5 affinity with WoW, if that was something you were going for, but... Yeah, again, my first reaction is, I don't think so. No, Travis, but... I could be wrong about that. It's probably something that you'd be better off doing some research into, if you want to make sure. Me personally, I think I actually have an excuse to play through this game again at some point. There have been a couple of side missions that did not pan out the way I kind of wanted them to. Especially that one with the Red Orpheans up in Noctilum at the Divine Roost. I wanted to fight that Telethia there. I wanted to. And I made the wrong choice without meaning to. Oh no, how dare you see me being enamored by a dog. Performing my secret training regimen, this dog found me. This is the first time I've ever stopped to pet a dog, I swear.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it all makes sense now. Explains why it would appear just in time to interrupt my training regimen. Dogs resemble their owners. A forge upon which to temper your skills, yes. I realized that just now as I was petting this dog. You know, some self-reflection is very healthy for you, HB. You should do more of it. And mock him for taking so long to figure this out. No. If he's making progress in a positive direction for once, I'm going to encourage this. Okay. Alright, where could I be missing a handful of lobsters? Huh. That's a good question. I think I did a pretty thorough job of canvassing the city, but not thorough enough. I know about 90%, or there's going to be one or two in this hangar area that I didn't find before. I found one, I think. It was all the way over here. I didn't find any others. I didn't see any. They didn't exist. It was very strange. I could just be overthinking this too, but it really feels like there should be more out here. Huh. I think what I should do, potentially, is... Yeah, I did check the top of the tower. There were a few up here, on top of these buildings. I think I found one up here. There was one all the way at the top as well. Here's another one that absolutely deserves the fate that she's received. Stranded at the top of the tower. And nobody to verbally abuse. There was one here too, on this little intersection. I remember I found a lot in the upper district. Still don't know if it was full of them, but... I don't believe they do, troopers. I think that at least some of them will self-refresh. So, like, probably some of the missions to go hunt basic enemies will turn up over and over. And probably the collectibles too. I think the Tyrant ones might be one per Tyrant, but I'm not sure. Put it this way, I've never run out of them myself in either of my big playthroughs, so... While I could be wrong about that, I think that the intent is that they will always have some available for you there. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Let me go back to the industrial district and see if I can find any of this. I wouldn't say wasted, troopers. So, one of the many things you can try to fill out in this game is this stuff over here. The fashion gear. And, like, if you look over here, all of these options at the bottom, well, maybe not all, but a very large number of all of these potential options for your outfit near the bottom of these lists come from those basic missions. Like, so many of them come from those missions. So yeah, I wouldn't say wasted. They also are an excellent way to get experience when you're still leveling up, and extra credits before you really get your Frontier Nav cranking. So no, again, I wouldn't say that you've wasted your time at all with that. And honestly, just on a tangent here, X does a phenomenal job of making pretty much everything in the game feel like it's worth doing. Like, yes, you'll eventually get to a point where credits don't matter too much, but it takes a very long time to get there. And for most of the game, you're always going to have use for credits, Marinium, and it feels like you never have enough.
Did you hear?
Yeah, on some level I do understand the reasons behind how they adjusted divisions and a lot of the online reward mechanics in the definitive edition. The way it was set up in the original was kind of flawed, because eventually there was a clear choice if you wanted division rewards, and everyone just piled into it, and it became more and more of a clear choice because of that. But it does take something out of it, where you could just feel like, oh, my division was doing really well this week, or I think it was weeks, right? Was the time frame? And as a result, I got a pile of extra goodies. And most of the division rewards weren't even necessarily based on your division's overall ranking. It was based on how well your division did hitting milestones as a group. There was obviously the leaderboard of which division was accumulating most, and I think I want to say it was the, not Outfitters or Pathfinders, it was the Prospectors that were just head and shoulders above everybody else because you could just accumulate points passively for leaving the game running. And it was pretty broken. But it was also really cool. And one of the other things that they did kind of remove in this is the interaction between the squad tasks and the missions available in the barracks. Back in the original, you'd only have a handful of those available to start with, and as people completed these squad tasks out in the field, they would unlock more missions in the barracks that typically ended up being a lot more valuable. I do understand why they changed things like this. It helps people to do what they want to do and still feel like they're being rewarded for it without it needing to be a race, or feel like they missed out because nobody else was pitching in, or that I understand. But I also think that the way everything was sort of interlinked in the original design was just really, really cool, and felt like it made the entire system feel like more of a genuine part of the world that you're playing in. But it also does feel better in terms of gameplay to just have all of that available at once. Wait a minute, what? Sorry, I just caught what you said, Travis, and was thinking, you're right, I didn't go and check this gate yet. Because I did find one over at the entrance to the other gate, and I meant to come back to check this one. But apparently there was one that I was just not seeing in there and picked it up, so got a +1 anyway. I'm gonna land here and take a run through this just in case it's something I can't see. I'm gonna get high enough to fly. Ah, my voice is not in it right now, sorry. I actually really do love the Skull Flight theme. It's a great oh, there is one in here. Okay, hey, that's already 2 more than I had. I only need 3 more. I should probably... As intimidating as it is, I should probably consider just running through the town on foot. I've been trying to drift slowly to make sure I don't miss anything, but some of these, I don't think I'm going to be able to see in a skull. I'm gonna try going through it one more time just to see, but yeah. I'm not familiar with it, but it's always good to see new stuff coming into the world. Okay. I found 2 more in this part of the industrial district that I hadn't found before, so progress. Let me check down below. I think I found one here, didn't I? Should probably change this time tonight. They really are so much more visible. And go up and down until I close that out. Ones down here felt like they were super visible with their info pointers, especially compared to the ones up in the main city. It's a light, not a lobster. Anything bright red and I'm immediately like, oh, wait a minute. Squirrel. sure I've gotten everything down here. But then I was pretty sure I'd checked everywhere thoroughly already, so... At this point... the paranoia starts setting in. Alright, time to zoom in on everything. Oh, congrats, Sign. I hope you enjoyed it. Path of Radiance. They're not perfect. Like, I will be the first to say that they have... There's some problems with both games, but I think that the Telethia duology is still my favorite in the series. It's just so well done. Wait. Oh shoot, hang on. There's another one. Okay. 3 left. 3 left. And we're so close. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly the likely explanation, Sign, but if you want to put it in character, he never wanted to be a lord. And you can look at it and say, okay, it's like, the war is over, they don't need me to be a general anymore, I am hanging this up and going back to basics. It would be very in character for him. He does not care about fancy titles. You can create all kinds of funny archetypes in this game, Travis. It's part of what makes the game so much fun. Like, I know I've been talking about Photon Saber builds and all the stuff you can do with that, but I think that every single weapon type in this game has, at the bare minimum, a useful aspect to it. Like, there are weapons that I haven't really tried out much at all. I think the shield, Gatling gun, and assault rifle are the top 3 candidates for that. But even they have really useful options to them. Like shields, I think shields have the most consistent topple in the game. Just wild down into... I think there's one that just does bonus damage to topple targets, so you can just set yourself up as a topple bot and do a lot with that. I also haven't really tinkered with it too much, but Astral Crusader has... or Astral Crusader... javelins, rather, have some potentially insane damage output thanks to this Trident Buster, if you can crank it up enough. Because I think, if I understand it correctly, Shock and Blaze both scale their damage based on the hit that triggers them. And Trident Buster is a single big TP hit, so if you just stack a pile of potential and turn Trident Buster into the most damaging thing you can, that turns into damage over time based on that, and then you can continue hitting them with it for increased damage thanks to... let me see it. There's a skill in here that I think lets you do 300% more damage to shocked targets. Let's see. Yeah, so this gets 25% extra, so once it's rank 5, it's up to 300. And I think I remember looking at this one time and thinking, how is this not the most broken skill in the game? Sadly, unlike Core Crusher, that's not a multiplicative bonus. I think it qualifies as an additive bonus, so it doesn't do anywhere near as much. But it's still a pretty cool combo to have access to. These landing zone lights, every time. Should be taking a further out perspective here. I think I was pretty zoomed in last time I came through here. I may have just missed some obvious ones that are info points. I'm going to go back through this and zoom in again, but just in case. Feel like I'm going in circles here. Probably am. think I've scoured every inch of this part. I think. I checked this side because there was one down here. I found one up here by accident. Doesn't look like there's another one. Okay. And I checked this area down here. This was the first place I came to, so... Alright, time to go back to the upper side. This is the only thing I think that I don't understand about the online parts in this game, is it kicks you off randomly, and really consistently too. It happens more regularly than I'd like. Oh! Yep, that was another one. Sorry, I saw a lobster underneath here and was thinking, ah, there's one. Okay, so that leaves two. Two lobsters. Two! I barely saw that one. I need this to be nighttime. They're much easier to spot. Night, all the way to night. And I found a couple down here, right? There was... I think there were two. Yeah, I'm on my way over there. Just trying to check all of the random little crannies before I get in that. Make sure I'm not missing something super obvious like I did with this last one over here. Right, and there was one back here, wasn't there? That I found as well. Let me go back through Armory Alley, work my way through this corner, and then we'll get back to the Division Drive. having a look at all of these little crannies.
Step right up.
Running around in a skull is a lot faster, but I feel like I'm going to miss things. I'm not very, very careful.
Hey!
I'm honestly surprised there isn't one around Elle's shop. Elle's products may not be entirely legitimate, but he knows how to keep his area clean.
Step right up.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I haven't checked back here. There don't appear to be any lobsters back here, but just making sure.
Hey!
Alright. I don't think there's anything left back there. Sir, I thought I found one up here already. Was that another one I saw? No, I think it was the light underneath this little overhang. Oops. Stuck behind skulls. I did go into all of these on foot and didn't find anything. Then I found one all the way at the entrance over here. Just make sure there's not another one. there's not one on these little ledges. There was one here. I remember that. It's just about time to fly around these buildings again. Yeah, I think I've found all the ones on top of buildings. I was pretty thorough about that. So there was one here. There's one on top of here. And then there was one all the way at the top. Okay. Well, we're a lot closer. I am going to need to stop here for just a few minutes and take a short break. But, let me see, we only need 2 more, right? 2. 2 lobsters. Very close. So, when we get back, it's Residential District and the Manon ship, one more time. Oh, really? Oh, I might need to double back through all the areas then, because I did just pick one up, didn't I? Huh. I guess we'll see. If I find it in the commercial district, great. If, well, commercial and Menon. If not, we'll loop through again. And if it's like the other one, then it would be kind of out in the open, right? Okay. I'll take another look. Might want to go through... I'm like, wait, if 98 only shows up after 97 is collected, then that means I did find all the ones in the commercial and Menon areas. Yeah, okay. I will think about how I'm going to approach these last 2. But need to take a short break, like I said. So, be back in just a few minutes, and we will continue this lobster hunt, and hopefully finish it tonight. Alright, and we're back. So, thinking about what Travis was mentioning in chat, I kind of want to do a sort of quick pass through the districts I've already been through. Just to see if anything jumps out at me. Also, I just want to say, free falling through the air here, how much I love that this game does not have fall damage in it. It just gives you an excuse to do something very silly like that and enjoy the ride. So, again, like I was saying before we went on break, if 98 is a lot like 49, I think it was, whichever one it was that we found over near Bose after the others, it should be relatively out in the open and kind of easy to spot, as long as I'm in the area and looking at it correctly. So, I'm just gonna do a relatively quick fly-through to make sure. I guess it was too much to hope that it would just show up in the same place again, huh? I'm still so weirded out that there wasn't a lobster up here in the rafters somewhere. It's the perfect hiding spot for one. Alright, head back topside in the administrative district, and we'll check residential. Oh, okay. Those are lights on the floor, not lobsters. I... Getting baited over here. I think it's a bat or something that was on top of one of these boxes, but it looked red for a moment. Wait. Okay, I found it. Kind of by accident, like several of the ones in this batch, but hey. The last of my precious lobsters. A very special place. Lose temper. Yeah, where is that? I'm looking forward to the fight. I'm going to put you completely in your place. Especially useless citizens. Oh, wait, this is... He's talking about that guy from... Shoot, that one mission from, like, almost the beginning of the game that we found being... Or, I spared him from being beaten up by a bunch of people picking on him. Okay. Where exactly is it, though? It says a very special place, but... Wait, why is it 98 now? What? What is going on here? Oh, wait, I just have to... That's... I just have to go find the person that he's talking about, and I do know who that is. It's Justin, right? He's over here.
Listen.
Annoying justice fetish. The agent of justice. You're carrying a lobster. Did you receive a stuffed lobster anytime recently? Yes, hand it over, please. Yes, I've been collecting these. Thing you went out and found the rest. Swift justice. The evil genius behind this crime, bring down the mighty hammer of justice for me. Little justice fetish. Wait, what? In Cauldros? Yeah, I'm on my way. Good triumphs over evil in reality and the stories. That would be the hope. Alright, you've made this very personal. Yeah, oh, it even marks this on the map for you. All that time of go hunt them down with no markers whatsoever, and now it's just like, okay, you've been tortured enough, here's where to go. Honestly, I'm conflicted about this mission as in general, because on the one hand I love that it makes you dig into every nook and cranny of NLA, because it makes you really start to appreciate just how big and detailed that city is. But on the other hand, I kind of wish that these info pointers were a little bit more flexible with how close or far away you can be before they disappear. Would have been nice. Also, how exactly did a blade, unless the blood lobster is just a Definian all along, but how on earth is a blade out here intact? Or blade or citizen of NLA? That's a skull, not a ganglion one. Also, how did you get a skull in here? Please show me the entrance. Now we're old friends. Honestly, who matters less to me than why the heck did you do this? Some people just want to see the world not burned, drowned. Very different. Is that so wrong? Wait, what? Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Shazan is probably out of your reach. And the blood despair. Yeah, I've got this. You have no chance.
Here they come. Let's be smart about this. Use an aura. I'm feeling pretty good. Start playing. Nil. Double wonder. That's crippling. Gravity love. We did it.
Goodbye. Say goodbye to your skull. Now let me extract you from its wreckage and put my boot in your face. Wait, what? Okay, I know I talked to him at some point last week and he was sounding a little off, but... How to trigger him? Admit the truth or trigger him super hard. Should have just gone with bwahaha like all the other villains. Oh, so he did get the Definians involved, and that's why he's in here with his skin attached. The right to be smitten by... This guy is a psychopath. Jeez. Your mighty hammer of justice. Deploy the hammer. Huh. I mean, this is giving him what he wants. Can I choose option C and just knock him out and bring him back into town and then throw him in the deepest brig we can find? Please, is that an option? I don't know, I think this is not what I should do. he's been up to some horrible stuff. Wow. I wonder if he's been sort of adjacent to pretty much all of the Definian nonsense going on in NLA from the beginning. I think that's the implication here. That's not how it works. Please tell me I at least brought him in. It spoiled his grand ending. He doesn't get a grand ending. That should be all of Mira complete, I think. Let's see. Segments. 100% survey rate. Ha! Okay, that feels good. Talk about a twisted edge. I never would have expected that of the... I mean, to be fair, looking back at it with this perspective, who exactly would ever be all paragon of justice in reality? But, okay, like, I wouldn't have expected him to be a mass-murdering psychopath. Also, I'm going to headcanon that I didn't just leave him there and I brought him back to NLA and chucked him in the prison. Whatever prison we have. Stasis of some sort. I hear the Mimiasum Maintenance Center is pretty good at keeping people offline. Ah, alright. You know, you have a good point, Badger. Don't think I'm going to be doing that tonight, but you have a good point. I haven't gone back to do that yet. Trying to figure out where we go from here. I think I want to take down Telethia properly this time, instead of the fluke that I managed to kill it with last week. And it was a fluke. I should not have managed to pull that off. I still don't know exactly how that worked, but I want to take it down again. I'm not sure if I can yet, but I would like to try. He's talking about the piano theme, Travis. That... I don't know how familiar you are with Rebirth, but you can unlock various pieces of music to play on an in-game piano, and One Winged Angel is a bonus track that you can unlock for completing a lot of in-game achievements. Needless to say, it's also the hardest piece to try and play in the game, so it's a fun final challenge. But 7R is another pair of games right now, eventually to be trilogy, that I can't get enough of them. They're so well done. Okay, let me check some stuff here. Before I head over to... well, let's get to Noctlum first. And I'm going to start adjusting some things. Okay, so I did make some extras of these. don't think this is the most effective stuff to slot into this, but it is what I currently have. I should have a few ranged attacks as well. Yeah, there it is. Actually, let me put a slightly different one into you. Yeah, I do appreciate that the two characters you can use in the VR extra battles are available there, because it's very cool to have those available in a sort of endgame scenario setting. But it would have been really cool to be able to play as them for more of the game. Also, going to say that those VR battles were some of the greatest challenges I've had in a video game in a long time. They were so much fun to clear. Some of them could get pretty frustrating, but it was frustrating in a way that it was my own shortcomings holding me back more than the game being unfair. Outside of a couple of things that I do wish were a little bit better polished. But it's like it's one of those things that happens on one or two fights, and it's like, okay, eventually you figure it out, you just have to hammer it home into your system. Oh, right, I was going to put a weapon speed into you. So that takes us down to a 20-something second cooldown. So in theory, as long as I'm in overdrive, this should alternate between these two. Okay. Oh, wait, right. I'm forgetting. Skull armor. So currently, it's still set up with the full spike evasion works that I put together to let me fight Telethia on the ground with it. I'm trying to figure out if that's the right idea, or if I should set it up to go for base evasion instead. I think I'm going to try this. Do a sort of mix build, where I do get out and fight Telethia on the ground, if necessary. There's a chance that I just do so much damage to it, it goes right back up into the air. I think this one I put anti-sleep in, but I kind of just want to put another evasion in there. Now, each of these is 25, so another 25 would put me up to 370. Ooh, I wonder if I have enough to make more of these. Because these would be the key. It would really cut down on the damage output baseline that I have in the skull, but it would come with the upside of Telethia can't just nuke me from orbit as easily as it has been able to. Yeah, the one with Zack forces you to learn and get good with Zack, because if you just try to solo it with Cloud, it's really rough. Sephiroth is kind of broken, so that one's easier by default, but Zack's was a lot of fun to clear. Yeah, that's fair. Take care, Travis. It was good to have you here. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, let me head back to Armory Alley for a minute. See if I have the materials I need for this. And if not, how bad are they going to be put together? Ooh. Oh, that's a lot of Bungelium, isn't it? That is a lot of Bungelium. How much does the rest of this cost? Ticket-wise. Okay, these are expensive, but I only need a few to get one, and that's all the Bungelium I have for now. I'm gonna make one of these. Oh, right, and I'm remembering what I had being tracked in here. It was that last evasion augment. You know, this is actually a great chance for me to sort of showcase something that, well, as I mentioned it earlier, it was Troopers who was talking about in Enel's video about Bungelium farming. So this console isn't something that I've really poked at until like last couple of days. And it's basically a way for you to look through other players' characters that they've shared online and bring them into your party for a little while. And you can get basically anybody. But apparently, what you can do is if you recruit a max level avatar and level them up functionally 3 times. I don't know exactly what that is, but it does work from experience gains out in Mira or in the time attack missions and other missions in the consoles, in the barracks. And once you get enough experience to level them up 3 times, well, sorry, let me take a step back. Every time you level them up, you get some rewards, and the rewards increase for every level they get. And when you get to that 3rd rank, you get a Frontier Nav material. From what I understand, it's not a guarantee that everybody will have Bungelium specifically as their reward, but once your character rewards Bungelium for that 3rd level up, if you've got it locked in, and let me see, so yeah, so if you register your avatar like this, and over in your system settings, here, you also have this set to off. What this does is it means that you're only registering your avatar anytime you visit the console, and it locks you in. So when somebody scouts you, they will always get the same rewards every time they level you up. And when that becomes really good is when you are giving people Bongelium, because that is the gatekeeper material of the game. So it takes a bit of coordination to actually get that, because you're not guaranteed to give Bongelium the first time you register an avatar. And something that you should also do, if you want to try to set yourself up for this, is equip yourself with a full set of experience gain gear. I don't think I have a helmet for it. Oh wait, well, no, it's a low-level helmet. I need to go pick one up, because I would like to set my character up for this, and ideally just pitch in and help out for anybody scouting me. Oh, hang on, I have some Ultra Infinites. One Ultra Infinite. Ah, no. Not the right one. I need to pick one up, though. I'll probably do that at some point before tomorrow, and assuming I do, would love to pitch in with people in the chat, and if you guys want, help me to lock in a Bongelium farm for anybody who wants it. I did manage to find a few, though, for myself. Let's see. So if you go in here, and you find people who do give Bongelium, and assuming they've locked it in, you can go in here, and once you've found them, and followed them, you can just hit followed players, begin search, and they'll all be right here for you. And then you do that 2 more times for the other ones, and you're set. If you haven't found people for this yet, then ideally the best way to do it is you search level 90 to 99. If you have someone specific you're looking for, or know someone who has their character locked in for this, you can start to narrow the field a lot. Otherwise, it gets trickier. Because, well, you can get anyone and everyone who may or may not know about this or have it set up for themselves. And not even all level 99. What you can look for is check for the regional stuff. If they've got 4 pieces of regional gear equipped in everything but the head slot, there's a non-zero chance that they have this set up. But otherwise, you can probably pass. Let's see. So go ahead and grab the other 2 here. It's worth noting that the initial deposit on this isn't particularly steep, and you get a full or almost a full refund every time you go back and dismiss them. Oh, you know what? Here, may as well get some blinding lucid extracts while I do this. The quickest way to level them up tends to be... Where's my skill? Just going and punching a high-level tyrant.
Let's make some. What are we waiting for? Yay! We win. Acceptable.
But you can basically go after anything, and it'll work. Might just take a little bit longer.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Open fire! Don't let it. We win.
Let's prepare for the next
There we
one.
go. Now, part of why it's good to pick up people who have locked in characters specifically for this is because they'll also have equipped themselves with enough experience gain gear that being level 99 doesn't slow things down very much. and you can level up very quickly.
We can have a there. You've got a way to go.
Acceptable.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Hang there. We've got a way to go.
Let's prepare for the next one.
Oh, you know what a really good spot is for picking these up is right over here in Paltrow's. I should not be spending tickets on these, but I probably will.
Let's make some. What are we waiting for?
Oh wait, maybe these ones don't.
Acceptable.
Right, these ones drop alluring, not blinding. Okay. Oh, but the Terskulls are up here. They're also way less valuable. I guess it really is just these ones. Huh. Okay.
Let's make some. What are we waiting for? Hang there. We've got a way to go.
Let's prepare for
And
the next
there we go.
one.
So this only gives you 3 Bungelium every round, but you can also get it going very quickly, especially if you just want to do nothing but this. If you, say, punch a high-level Tyrant 3 times, that's usually good enough to level them all up. And once you do get them to level 3... Where are they? You just go in here, dismiss all 3, get almost all of your money right back, and then head right back to Armory Alley, recruit them again, rinse and repeat. It's a bit of a process, but it's also the fastest way to get more Bungelium in the game, bar none. And like JD mentioned, you also get a ton of tickets from this. I think it's something like 3,000 tickets around, so yeah, you end up with a lot of tickets. Very, very quickly. Which is good because if you're just doing this and not really caring about picking up materials and you just want to do nothing but spend tickets on materials, that adds up very, very, very quickly. Okay, let me go craft this base evasion augment. Have all 3 of them, well, all 5 of them, rather. And see if that's enough. Okay, so in terms of reflects, I definitely need either physical and gravity. Trying to remember if Telethia has
1, 2, 3, 4.
a thermal attack. I don't think it does. I think it has electric. Yeah, it has electric. It does not have thermal. It also doesn't have beam, but I got that one for free. Yeah, it has electric, ether, and gravity that I need to worry about. Okay, so I've got ether, gravity, I need to slot electric in. I don't really expect it to survive very long. But with that said, I'm going to switch back over to fuel guns for this. The hope is that... Do I keep Core Crusher? I don't see why not. It'll speed things up dramatically. Okay, so probably don't even need that art skein. Oh, I need anti-ether reflect. That's right. And so does my skull. Yeah, a phoenix would do a lot for that, wouldn't it? You can probably do something similar with the Ares, depending on what you target and where. But Phoenix is a very fire and forget thing. You don't even have to target anything specifically. What I will say is something I'm kind of realizing after having spent a bit of time doing this, is that I think the most effective way to do it is to not just AoE a pack of enemies and instantly level them, but instead target farm equipment. Because the fact that this exists at all means that tickets and Bongelium are not going to be what gatekeep you for completing a build. What's going to gatekeep you is actually finding the gear you're looking for. So, personally, looking at it, I think one of the better ways to approach it is to combine them. Like, to use Tarantina Blademaster as a very easy example, the Ictus up in Coltros that drops Sakuraba Light Set. If you take that out 3 times with the Blade Squad in your group, that levels them up to max, gets you your Bongelium, gets you your tickets, and also gets you 3 rounds of loot that could potentially be exactly what you're looking for, instead of a pile of relatively useless materials that you don't need. Alright, let me put Ghostwalker in here. So my thought here with dual guns is, I don't know if he does if Telethia will do Ether Collider when it's on the ground. If it does, I need this to dodge it. If it does it in the air, what I'm going to try and do is fight near that mountaintop, and ideally get out of the skull, use Ghostwalker, dodge it, and then get back in and continue the fight. I don't know how well that's going to work. There's also a chance I don't need to do that with this much evasion, but we will see. Oh, wait, speaking of evasion, the other thing I wanted to do is replace both of these with Evasion Drive. I'm not too worried about my damage output on foot. I'm mostly worried about making sure the skull survives. Oh, you know, with that said, let me go ahead and switch these back. And I'm just going to equip the skull skull arms, rather. And that way, I have all of those extra stats available. Okay, so I have the full reflect set. Okay. That should be about as good as it gets, I think. Let me check my skull gear. Oh, and I need to add... Oh, I need to switch both of these out. Here, we'll go with fast forward And synchrony. There we go. It's another 12% evasion. Make sure the skull has all of the evasion socketed in. Okay, and that puts you up to 562 evasion. And if I put both of these in too, that's 747 evasion. Now, let's see exactly how much accuracy Telethia has. Because I don't think it has that much. Not anywhere near. Yeah, 516 and 509. So it should have a near zero chance of hitting. I don't think you can push it all the way to a guaranteed dodge, but it should have a very close to zero chance of hitting. In theory. In theory. We are going to test this theory. Just do a drive-by on one of these guys.
As long as they're coming to us. Let's make some... What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Maybe two.
As long as they're coming to us. I destroyed it! Now cripple that brute!
Try and get some extra fuel along the way. Alright. Come and get me, big guy. I am somewhat confident that I've gotten this set up well. Let's see if I'm correct. Yeah, 747 evasion.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras! Let's make
Okay,
some
so
Swiss cheese.
not descending immediately. Yep, dodging away. Nice. Oh, I like this. Okay, you can't hit me.
Rip them apart! Avatara missile! Is anyone else struggling? I need some
I
help!
say as it just kills my...
Let's
Oh,
make some Swiss cheese.
right, I forgot he has reflect.
Time to whip
Shoot.
them.
I forgot he put up reflect elements. I don't have a reflective or anti-reflect for thermal. Duh. Okay. This was going very well until I killed myself. Alright, back to the barracks. Hopefully he doesn't use reflect elements this time, because, Oh, okay. I was just trying to figure out what was going on here. Oh, whoops, let me screenshot that. I wasn't expecting this, but I like it. Let's prove so crucial a point in human history. Oh, and you just... Oh, no! Wait, where's the last autosave? Shoot. Hang on. I'm going to do something a little silly here. I don't want to waste 5,000 tickets. That is a lot of tickets to get for free. Oh, shoot. Wait. Yeah, it should be continuing here. Yeah. So I wouldn't quite waste 5,000, but I would waste about 4,500 tickets for that. Yeah, time for a shopping spree indeed. I guess the question is, what do I spend them on? Oh, no, I know exactly what I'm spending these on. Elma, I need you back in the party for a moment. Oh, yeah, I don't want to spend tickets on these. They're cheap, but they're also so easy to farm. So, you know how I was talking earlier about trying to optimize getting stuff together with Bungelium and tickets and farming gear at the same time? This Skell, specifically, is such a fantastic drain to just dump material tickets into. It needs so much. It needs so much. Oh, right here. This is where I'm going to spend all these tickets. Time to just buy 1,000,000 Diva Calidars Radiators. I say that, but I think I can buy like 20 at most. Yeah. Yeah, these things are expensive. Upgrade. I didn't need those material tickets anyway, I swear. Okay, now we go to the barracks. Actually pop right back out again so I can cap that out, because, yeah, it'll be very nice to have that finished. No, she does not. She does not at all. Or, you know, I guess this would technically be her charging a premium, because she knows how much they're worth.
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder, maybe I should actually craft those. Let me see. Oh, I can't even look at it. I can't even look at it until I repair my skill, of course. 5.5 million credits. There you go. Being out of insurance is painful.
Yeah.
I think I am gonna make one. Maybe two. I could make two of those. Yeah, but then I'm not finished with the... I think Elma's skull, the Prime still needs 9 of these. So I wouldn't be able to craft the augment. But if I craft the augment now... Jeez, they're so expensive. If I craft the augments now, I can always deconstruct them, and then put them into the skull later, and pick up more eventually. Alright. All my Bunchelium, all my tickets. Ultra Fauna Slayer. Keep the rest of that. You know, let me actually switch this too. I want to get an anti-thermal reflect for you. And that way I don't have to worry about it. These, thankfully, are dirt cheap by comparison. And then switch this out because it's literally the same damage bonus, but it sticks for the entire fight. Okay. Alright. Thank you, Elma. I will have you back soon enough. Alright, let's try that again, but this time without knocking myself out of the sky. Oh, and while I'm thinking about things, make sure I have some TP to play with before I get on the ground.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
I love Essence Exchange. It's so good. Just, oh hey, you want free max TP? Here you go. Push this button.
Here they come. I destroyed it! Now cripple that freak! Weaken them! I'm gonna blow their head off! Rip them apart! Avatar of Missile!
Alright, Telethia. Fingers crossed that this is the last time you embarrass me. And it is now time for me to start embarrassing you. We'll see.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Oh, he's definitely just landing. Yep. Those Ultrafauna Slayers do some work, don't they? I wonder if I can just dodge Ether Breaker. I guess we'll find out when we get there. This walker just to start. Oh, she's right. Not the last time he embarrasses me then. I need Reflect up first. I think Reflect counters that Spike Aura, but I need to have it up before that Telethia zone gets activated.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
And there we go. I'm going to grumble at myself for forgetting that. A little bit, but it's okay. Telethia is very spooky. There's a reason it's the... or was the only level 99 boss in the game. Speaking of, I'm really looking forward to finding those last two super bosses. I'll probably start poking into Chapter 13 again tomorrow and Sunday. And we might end up wrapping up the streams, or regular streams of this game, this weekend.
Okay, time to weaken them!
Probably the only backdrop where Telethia isn't extraordinarily visible is when it's flying right in front of a sunset that's the same color as its wings.
Let the black light swallow you. Scatter a cannon.
Yep, I already know what you're doing. That is half your health bar. Down you go. Just going to park my skill somewhere I'll remember where it is. And here you come.
Let's be smart about this.
Yep, there we go. So all of that is just getting reflected now.
Mind if I cut this engagement short? Shuffle Rondo! Shuffle Blade! Shuffle Blossom! Starlight Shuffle! Astro Lip! Let's be smart about this. Use an aura! Shuffle Blade! Shuffle Blossom! Shuffle Rondo! Did you think I was done? That has to hurt! Cripple it! Phenomenon! Shuffle Rondo! Okay, time to weaken them!
might just kill it before it takes off. Nope, there it goes. Alright, big guy. Let's see if I can survive long enough to outlast Mind Read, or Soul Read, rather, and defeat you legitimately. One-shotting him is easy.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Jackie. Rip them apart.
I love this dodge setup.
I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura. Which of you fools is dying first? Barger flail.
Okay, that hit. Don't like that, but
Let's make some Swiss cheese.
everything else we're still dodging. So it's Massive Terror, right? Ether Break is the,
Avatar
it's the other one.
Let's plow through this. Overdrive. Which of
There we
you
go.
fools is dying first? Barger flail. I'm like an acrobat.
That's what they might be killing me.
Swiss cheese.
Thankfully didn't.
Rip them apart. Avatar Missile. I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura. Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Jackie. Let's make some Swiss. I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up.
And am healing, so hopefully I heal enough before it uses that again. You will see. Or I dodge it because I'm in overdrive.
Rip them
Good timing.
apart. Avatar Missile.
Got him.
Let the black light
Down you go. What? No, why am I missing?
Let's make please catch me up.
I need more accuracy, don't I?
Busted my scare.
Shoot!
Disappointing.
Oh no! No, that's the worst. Ah, okay, we've got this. We've got this. Didn't realize he gets a massive evasion bonus at the end there. Okay, this is good to know. It's very good to know. One last trick up his sleeve. So, I guess serves me right for thinking I wouldn't need those accuracy augments. And I'm just going to convert this down to Ultra Fauna Slayer. Less opening burst, but the opening burst isn't really what I need. I need to be able to punch him consistently down at the end. Okay. We've got this. We've got this. I do think I got a little bit lucky with one of those massive terrors. And what I need to be doing is using overdrive when he starts to use one of those terrors. if I don't, it's gonna hit really, really hard, and I need to try and preserve the Skull's health total for when I'm not in overdrive. Where are my services? I will use a crocodile instead.
Essence extraction! What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Funny to see Fiora joining the squad when I've been using Fiora's voice actress this entire time. For my character, I should say.
As long as they're coming to us. I destroyed it! Now cripple that creep! Okay, time to weaken them!
Honestly, that should be enough. I'm gaining 600 per art, so... You know... Just thinking really quickly about this, let me switch these out. Going down to 3,000 max would hurt, though. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. The extra GP would do a lot for being able to maintain an overdrive, but I do need to be able to fight this on the ground, too.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Yep, landing. Okay. So bumping that down to a basic Ultra Fauna Slayer was fine.
Mind if I cut this engagement short? Let's be smart about this. Use an aura. Essence exchange. Stop or run down that capture her. Cripple it. Stop and blade. Stop or run down. Stop or blossom. Phenomenon. Stop and blade. Okay. Time to weaken them. Absolution. Stop praying. Now kneel. Stop and blade. Starlight Duster. Did you think I was done? Stop or blossom. Stop or rondo. Stop and blade. Phenomenon. Stop or rondo.
And down you go. Up you go, rather. Oh, shoot. I'm completely out of GP. I just realized that. Interesting. I wonder if it drained my GP somehow.
Okay, time to weaken them. Let's make some
I think it did.
agony gather. Rip the pool!
There's Massive Tear. I don't have any overdrive for that. But okay, so it is just dodgeable. I must have gotten really unlucky getting hit by that twice.
Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura.
Oh, that's what I need to worry about.
Let's plow through them. Overdrive. Rip them apart. Avatar missile. Let's make it. Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura. How we just destroy the giant flame.
Shoot, that did not extend.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony gathering.
Oh, that's not good.
They busted my scale.
That's not good at all. Shoot. Oh no, that overdrive did not last long enough. Ah, that Massive Terror is such a problem. It should be dodgeable. I don't like that. I don't like how accurate it is. Maybe I need that last evasion drive before this will work properly. Ah.
Yeah.
Grumbles at Telethia. Why are you such a stubborn enemy? Earns its title, that's for sure. Yeah, I think Massive Terror is the one I need to dodge. It's... It's hard to tell if Massive Terror or Breakall are the ones I need to avoid more. Really hard. I think Breakall is... Breakall hits 3 times. Massive Terror only hits once. So I think Breakall is the one to use Overdrive for.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
It's so hard to tell. They both hit so hard. And it doesn't use them for a while, but it tends to do that as I get close to the end of that soul read. The easy answer to this is I need another party member in a skull. Just having one more skull's worth of
As long as they're coming to us.
shots going into that soul read would be huge.
We need to strike first. Close in.
The problem is I don't know if the other party member would survive long enough to get back in a skull and continue the fight.
I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura.
I guess I could try. Like, I can get Elma in here. And we just conquer the top boss of the game the way we started the game in the first place so many hours ago. Just me and Noma. Bright side is, it shouldn't have a chance to wreck her spell,
Let's see those auras!
because it should just land, like, right away here. Yep.
You're in my sights.
And Elma's going to get herself killed here. Full stop, there's no question about it.
Roger.
But as long as she goes down somewhere near me, that's fine. I can get her back up.
This isn't working. Switching to ground.
Nil. Equilibrium. Starfall
Shadow
Blossom.
strike.
Mind if I cut this engagement short?
Sorry.
Okay, she's right next to me. Good.
Starfall Rondo. Starfall Blade. Starlight Duster. Starfall Rondo. Starfall Blade. Starfall Blossom. Astrolibrium. Let's be smart about this. Use an aura. Starfall, did you think I was done? Mind if I cut this engagement short? Starfall Rondo. Starfall Blossom. Phenomenon.
She is.
Thanks.
Wait till I...
They're off guard. Stagger them with a melee attack. Better off with the stealth.
Alright. We've got this, Elma. I believe. All I need you to do is sink some shots into this.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Jacket. Rip them apart! Avatar! Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura.
Oh, it's going after her. She's nowhere near this fight. Oh dear.
Now, which of you fools is dying first? Roger Flare.
Okay, dodged that. That's a good start.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura.
So the next big one, I'm pushing overdrive.
Rip them apart!
There it is.
Cut my skull.
And there goes Elma's skull. Okay, well,
Let's make some
he did
Swiss
distract
cheese.
it for a little bit.
Ghost factory.
And she's Ghost Factorying up, so she's gonna live a
Rip
little
them
longer.
apart! Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura. Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Jacket.
Oh, that did not last long enough.
Primer. Now that's how to evade. You can do it. Shadow Runner.
I believe in you, Elma. You can dodge this. I can dodge this.
Who's in trouble?
No, I can't
Kill me.
dodge this. Yeesh.
Ghost factory.
Why is that such an accurate attack?
Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an aura.
Primer.
Let's make some Swiss cheese.
Wait, is that the...
Okay, let's back to
Okay. As long as I get this in, I think we win. And Elma's actually still alive. I'm impressed.
I destroyed it. Now cripple that crew. They busted my
Ghost
scout.
factory.
No! 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 Darn you, Telethia. Ah. That one last spray call. That one last break call. Ah! So close. I don't quite get why those attacks are so much more accurate than anything else it has. Because I can dodge them, it's not consistent. Clearly, I need that last evasion drive. Though I could... Okay, here's a thought. Let me see if I can get away with taking out the electric reflect and using one more evasion drive. I'm pretty sure I need ether and gravity. Like, I don't think I can get away with not using those. Actually, let me try taking out the gravity too. Another 20% would be huge. And we just reflect ether, physical, and count on Ghostwalker to dodge anything gravity related. Okay. Okay, Telethia. I think it's getting an accuracy bonus. It has to be getting an accuracy bonus somewhere in that.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, here it is. Okay. So I'm looking at Telethia's just attacks and stuff on the side to make sure I don't neglect something important. And found it what its aura effects do, and I think one of them is boosting its accuracy and evasion by 30%. Which would explain why it was able to hit me so consistently. Now, hypothetically, with almost 900 evasion, that should no longer matter. I should be able to dodge it. It should. And it does seem to drain all of my skills GP every time I go into that last part, so... let's try this again. Should probably have refueled my skull on the way out, but we're okay. This thing really flies fast. Alright, there we go.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Oh, okay.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. I destroyed it! Now cripple that freak.
Got it.
Is she going down into the ocean? Okay, I hope she can actually get back into her skull.
This isn't working. Switching to ground here. Ghost factory.
Overdrive! Starfall Blossom! Starfall Blade! Starfall Blossom! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blade! Starlight Duster! We can't take any chances against this giant! Astrolibrium! Phenomenon! Mind if I cut this next cloud through it? Overdrive! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blade! Starlight Duster! Okay! Time to weaken! Starfall Blade! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blossom! Starfall Blade! Starfall Rondo! Starfall Blade!
Goes.
Starfall Blade!
Oops.
Starfall Blade! That had to
For
hurt!
once I'm
Okay.
trying to do that, and it's not letting me.
Now, melee attacks. Better off with
Okay.
the skull.
She found her skull. Good. Now let's see if she actually makes it up here. Alright, you.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Gathering. Rip them apart! Avatara Missile!
I should not have missed that. Wait, where are you going? Wait. Okay, well, if you're all the way down here, I might actually be able to finish this on foot. There we go. Dodged.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Gathering. Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me up with an
Where
aura.
is Zelma?
Rip them apart!
If she's all the way down in the ocean, that explains why Telethia chased her all the way down this way. I think I may have glitched the boss. This is mildly entertaining. Okay, in the truth. Okay, well, that didn't hit as hard as it could have.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Gathering. Woo! I'm like an acrobat. Hook me
Which
up
means
with
I
an
think
aura.
Great Ball is the multi-hit one, so one of those three hit.
Let's
Which,
make some
frankly, is
Swiss
fine.
cheese. Agony Gathering.
It's still trying to fly through the mountain to get to Elma. Who's just chilling all the way down in the ocean like, yeah, it's okay.
Rip them apart! They busted my scale.
No! I should... Gosh! Okay, well, you know what? Like I said, I can do this.
Blow through it all. You wish.
Let's be smart about this. Use an aura.
You're in my sight. Start praying.
Nil.
That's protected. Moving.
So the trick to this
You're in my
So I'm
sight.
allowed to go all out? This is where you
is making sure that I use Goosewalker regularly.
Starlight Duster.
On top of it now.
Wonderful. I'll trip them up. Stop praying. Nil. Astrolibrium. Starfall Blade. That had to hurt. Crippling. Starfall Blade. Starfall Rondo. Starfall Blossom. Starfall Blade. Starfall Rondo. Stop praying. Let's cloud through them. Overdrive. Starfall Blade. Starfall Rondo. Okay. Time to weaken them. Full power. Astrolibrium. Starfall Blossom. That had to help. Crippling. Starfall Rondo. Starfall Blossom. Starfall Blade. Phenomenon. Mind if I cut the next cloud through them? Overdrive. Starfall.
just in case. Right, because recall goes through reflect, doesn't it? Or one of them does. Yeah, it's either break all or the other one that goes through reflect. I need to make sure that I have something of interest for that. Shit. I think I got that just in time. You're generating up there, aren't you? Not fast enough.
Mind if I cut this next cloud through them? Overdrive!
Down you go.
We did it!
I don't know if I can call that entirely legitimate, but it kind of was. It didn't drop the... Of course it didn't drop the thing. I need to do this again now. Of course it didn't drop its trophy. Silly Telethia. Okay, well. Okay. Oh, refuel. I do want to try that again, and I want to see if I can actually do it without my skull breaking along the way, and without the boss chasing Elma towards the ocean. That is progress, though. Sort of. Sort of. It's not supposed to fly down to the point where I can easily hit it with melee, but... technically I fought my way through its last stage. So... let's see if I can take it down properly this time. I probably don't need to set up. I can just Ghostwalker into Exchange into Aura, as long as I land early enough.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Okay, it's definitely going to land. Don't even have to think about that.
Got it. This isn't working. Switching to ground gear.
Seriously, Elmo, where even are you? I don't know. He's not here.
Overdrive! Equilibrium!
Primer!
Essence exchange!
Shadow Rush!
Crippling!
You're on top of this now.
Okay, time for you to do this alone. Wonderful. I'm sorry. Double Rondo! Phenomenon! Startle Blade! That activates! Crippling! Astrolibrium! Goosebump!
Just keep that decoy up in case.
Shuffle Wonder! Shuffle Blade! Starlight!
Did you think I was done?
Shuffle Blossom! Shuffle Wonder! Shuffle Blade! Shuffle Blossom!
There it goes.
Triple it!
Shadow Strike! Roger! Better off
Alright.
stealth.
So idea is, if I have an overdrive, don't gamble. Just press it when it uses one of those big break moves.
Let's make some Swiss cheese. Agony Ducky. Rip them apart! Avatarum missile! Wait! I'm like an acrobat! Hook me up with an aura!
Oh shoot, it's doing it again.
Ah, which of you four would die first? Barter flail!
Dodged that one. Good.
Let's make some Swiss cheese!
So the next one he does,
I'm like an
I have no
acrobat.
worry for it.
Hook me up with an aura! Rip them apart! Avatarum missile! Woo! I'm like an acrobat! Hook me up with an aura! Haha, which of you four would die first? Barger flail!
Yeah. Just the ultimate noob. Overdrive into cockpit time.
Let's make some
You will
Swiss
not do
cheese.
damage to me here.
I'm in trouble. Heal me!
Rip them apart! Avatarum missile! Woo! I'm like an acrobat!
Hey, it actually extended again. Nice.
I'm not gonna make it.
Wow, none of that dodged? I think that was all
It's
3
not
hits.
over. I'm turning this around.
Rip them apart! Avatarum missile!
Oh, and if that hits, I think that's an ether res down.
I need some help!
We're on
Let's make
top
some
of this now.
Swiss cheese! Agony Ducky! That has triple it!
Those soul voices were really helping. Oh, there we go.
Let the black light
Telethia Rage
swirl.
means you're no longer dodging.
I destroyed it! Now cripple that creep! Rip them apart! Avatarum missile! I'm not
That
an
hit.
acrobat! Hook me up
Spike
with
me over.
aura.
Go smash!
Please touch me up!
Oh, shoot, it has its...
We got it. Let's move.
Oh, I just understood why it was taking so much damage. It put its spike aura back on at the end there. Oh, okay, that makes so much more sense. Huh. Okay. Well, I got an... Oh, that's the Skell version. Okay. You know what, this is okay. I'm okay with this. That's a legitimate Telethia kill. And that is what I wanted. I'm annoyed at it because it's still not dropping my trophy. But you know what, it's okay. We can get the trophy another time. This is good. This is good. Definitely noticed that just having Elma there and alive to tango with soul voices, that does a lot. It was a lot of extra healing. And really just patched me up all the way from near death after that one break all hit which ended up being really important because there was a spike boar that was murdering me. But we got it. We did it. That's a legitimate Telethia kill. Mostly. No, not mostly. That was legitimate. Which means now I can be satisfied with having beaten it in an honest fight, and I can start being degenerate and setting things up to one-shot it. If it won't drop the trophy for me in a legitimate fight, maybe I can abuse it until it decides to make me go away. So, it is a doable thing, but I think I'm going to be able to do that tonight. It would require a lot more Bongelium than I currently have. Because when you're just trying to one-shot Telethia, what you do is you go in here, you find these augments. Wait, where is it? Not augments. All the way down here. You go down here, and you craft like 12 of these. You craft something like 12 of these, make some ranged attack accuracy to make sure that you don't miss. Get your anti-ether. Well, you don't even need the anti-ether reflect, you can ignore that. But yeah, something like 12 of these. And then you keep the weapon, the arts, whatever it's called for this, weapon attack power-up for skells. I'm not even looking at skull versions. Here it is, custom weapon attack. You keep 3 of these in your Agashura cannon, and everything else is your opening arts damage plus 100%. And you will melt it. It will die. If you want to be maybe a little bit more consistent, just in case the opening doesn't kill it outright. Oh, actually no, if the opening doesn't kill it outright, then you're kind of up the creek. If you're just trying to one-shot it like that. But you can also go with a lot of these. They are a lot more expensive because of that red ear. It's the only expensive part of it, but it's very expensive. Where this one, well, this one is farmable, honestly. The most annoying part about it is the red thallus antennae, and these aren't so terrible. Parasitic capsules are mildly annoying, but honestly, the antennae and capsules are both fairly cheap, and with how many tickets you have access to, it's not so bad. The large sawteeth are the most expensive one, and those are very easy to pick up. Actually, hang on. Let me track that, because I can show off a couple of areas that are really good for picking up some of these. If I can remember where I'm going. Here we go. So, let me go grab my other skill. My poor Ares is very, very abused. Out of insurance, and I'm paying for it. Alright, and Alma, you can relax. Thank you very much. She is the reason I actually killed that tonight, I think. The extra healing from those soul voices was absolutely wild. So, for these specifically, I think it's over in Noctilum at night. And if you come over here, somewhere in this area, there are just several of these Cetos all in one place, and you can just pop them one by one, or all at once. Which, oh, know what I should have done is I should have gone and picked up the Bungelium squad. Restocked on tickets and Bungelium at the same time. That's okay. We're probably wrapping up for tonight, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. Oh, I'm looking at wrong things. Ones I'm looking for down this way. So, closer to this travel point than the one I went to. Yeah, so with these guys you get whatever skill you want. The mouth is the breakpoint, and if you've got this tracked, it'll automatically target that every time, which is really, really helpful. Alright, you guys actually have health, don't you?
Now cripple that freak. Go in somewhere? Die! Fuck up! We can't take any chances.
I forgot something, before I get myself in over my head.
That had to hurt. Cripple it! There! Die! Go in somewhere? I destroyed it! Now cripple that freak!
I'm not actually going to be getting as consistent loot here as I should be because I'm not switching over to treasure sensors. But let me see. Get a few of these equipped. Move slightly away from insectoid abuse and off to fish abuse. Okay, let's see what that looks like here. Because I know I had it set up so I was basically one-shotting these.
Let's see those auras!
Oh, right, and also, this... I should highlight this piece of equipment because it's kind of hilarious how good it is at hunting fish. Let's see, this one. It's actually a really long-range art by default, and I've got it set up for even more range, so I can basically snipe things from the vision distance. Not quite, but it's a very long-range shot. Let me switch the rest of these over to fish too. 3 more of them. And that should just about do it. Oh, I forgot I robbed myself of ranged attack, didn't I? Ranged attack scales a lot better with a custom skill than it does in the Ares. And it's actually why I made these augments, but the Ares can use them, it's just not ideal. But for a skill like this, where so many of its arts hit a lot, and very, very quickly, it does a lot more for you for this. The single-shot sniper rifle doesn't get as much value out of it, but the M-missiles and these cannons, well, I'm eating my own words here. The ones I used to be using had 6 shots each, so they scaled really well with it. But overall, it scales very nicely with ranged attack. You want as much beam attack as possible for this thing. But the ranged attack isn't a bad thing to have.
Go in somewhere? What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras! Don't you move.
Okay, so basically two-shotting them. And you can make that a lot more consistent by putting those weapon attack augments into the sniper rifle. But what I like to do when farming these things, or farming anything really, is you tag one, and then with all the rest of them, you take them out. And if you do this, you don't actually have to spend time looting every single one of them.
Take this. Die! We can't take any chances against this giant!
I don't know why I have two of you, but let's fix that.
I knocked them over! Let's at the booty!
So, this isn't quite as effective as it can be elsewhere, but you get the point. The more things you can sort of chain like that without exiting combat, the more efficient it becomes. Because then all you have to do is open all the loot at once, reset, and go again. It's actually much easier to demo that over here. Or I think I was able to chain like 8, 9, 10 of these services at once. Let's see. So, you are going to be my initial pick. I do need throwing bonuses. Doing a lot of shuffling of augments here. I think 6 is good enough. We'll see. Oh, right. Hang on. Forgetting something important here. And the important thing is that you always want to be tracking an augment or upgrade or anything that uses the material you're looking for. Even if you have enough of them to craft whatever it is you're tracking, it doesn't matter because the game will still auto-target the appendage that drops it. Which, yeah, it's very, very helpful. Yeah, I am actually running low on these. Good. Okay, back out Sylvelum. I'm gonna start with you.
Away with you! What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras! Go in somewhere? That had to hurt! Cripple it! We can't take any chances against this giant! Go in somewhere? That had to hurt! Cripple it! Die! Go in somewhere? Die!
finish you off.
Away with you!
And then there's another one here.
Going somewhere? That had to hurt. Cripple it!
And finish you off. There should be another one around here somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, there it is, all the way over there. I don't think I can machine it without getting there too far away this time.
I destroyed it! Now cripple that creep! Die!
Wait, what? Nah. Maybe I killed it by accident. Okay. Wasted a bit of time there trying to find the next two. There are two more on the other end there, and sometimes they're close enough that you can get them at the same time. But with a little bit more tweaking, the point where you can one-shot them with the... If you one shot them with this attack.
What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
The nice thing about doing that is that it also targets multiple appendages at once, so you don't even have to worry about targeting the right ones down. Then all you have to do is keep using this and quick charging it to reset, and go through every one that you want along the chain. And if you can get 8 of these at once, it ends up being really competitive even with the Blade Scout Ponchelian farming. Because to start with, you don't have to run all the way back to NLA every couple of minutes to boot them out of the party and re-recruit them, which does take a couple of minutes on its own. And for the services specifically, they're worth 180 to 270 tickets every time you break both horns and kill one. And when you can get 8 of them in, what, about a minute? Once you streamline this properly, it goes really, really quickly. And it saves you some tickets. If you're feeling extra spicy, you can do both of these at the same time. Actually, you know, I'm curious. Hang on. I want to see if that just power levels them all the way up, and then you get all of those service antlers on top of the tickets from the scouts and Ponchelium. Would be pretty amazing. I guess the problem there is making sure that the scouts don't kill whatever it is you start with. Because a lot of them are actually pretty capable of doing that even when they're using terrible ground gear. Before I run back to NLA, let me check. There should be one more out here that I didn't usually bother with, just because it's so far away from any of the others.
Going somewhere? What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Almost. Almost. I think 2. I don't want to overdo it because you do need these missiles to land properly, or you're not going to break both antlers. Okay. Let's see exactly how degenerate we can get here. Follow players, find my 3. Okay. And with all of them on board, back to Sylvalum. Oh, you know what? It might be better if I start further away. Because they have to run after me on foot, so if I outpace them, they'll spend forever just catching up to my initial target, and won't kill it before I'm ready for it to die.
Die! What are we waiting for? Let's see those auras!
Shield wall! Excellent.
Go in somewhere? I destroyed it! Now cripple that creep! Evil eye! Excellent. Take this! We can't take any
Did everything
chances
I've got.
against these giants!
Prepare your aura.
Away with you!
Ready for entry.
Away with you! Away with you! Die! I destroyed it! Now cripple that freak! Take this! That had to hurt! Cripple it!
Evil eye! Ghost walker! Shield wall! Excellent.
Away with you! I destroyed it! Now cripple that freak!
Primer!
Take this! That had to hurt! Cripple it! I destroyed it! Now cripple that freak!
Because a better picture we can find. Just like our dreams, they've gotta be free. So
I like how that worked. I really do like how that worked. That was beautiful. Oh, right. Kick them out of the group. And get my refund. Okay. Well, I think I found my new favorite way to rack up materials for ether bonuses for the Ares Prime. Which I should mention is actually well on its way to being maxed out. Let me check on this thing. I think it still needs to max out some of its evasion. Yeah, here we go. So that one's done, that one's done. 10 evasion, 15 evasion bonuses. But it's finished with all of its potential. I may have done a little bit of boosting of this skill over the last several days. That's done. Need the melee attack boost, then 1 ether, that one's done. So melee attack boost, ether, gravity, crit, physical opening, a second ether. Oh, and the rest of those ultra faunas, right. Third ether, and the extend overdrive and accuracy. So the weapons still have a long way to go, but the armor's almost done. I wonder what the best sockets for you would be. It could just be the evasion boosts that I've been trying to make work on the Ares 90. Obviously, less damage output, but being able to dodge basically anything that gets thrown your way is a pretty nice upside. And I imagine with that last evasion boost augment socketed into the frame, I probably would have been dodging... well, probably would have been able to survive without losing my skull. And without Elma healing me up. In theory. Always in theory until it's tested. I do think this is a good spot to stop for tonight, though. I should scout you. As tragic as it is, I've been under the impression that just looking at somebody's character was enough to give them a scouting bonus. I think you have to recruit them and actually level them up, so probably going to do that for you. On principle. Okay. Good times tonight, though. Tracked down all the lobsters. We are now at a 100% survey rate for Mira. And Telethia got taken down again. Let's put a cat back in the barracks for Elma. Okay, good stuff tonight. So, technically this is the measurable 100% for the game. Survey rate is complete. Completed all the story chapters. And from here it's mostly just about turning Mira into your personal sandbox for as long as you feel like it. There are so many different things you can do in this game. And anytime you think you're done, you can turn around and say, oh, well, I haven't built a skull like this, or I haven't tried this ground build yet. And then that just opens everything back up again, and you get to start saying, okay, well, how far can I push this? What can I get with this? How effective is it really? This game as a whole is such a delightful rabbit hole that just, there's no real bottom to it, because the bottom is wherever you decide it is. You don't have to 100% survey rate if you don't feel like it. Honestly, you can have plenty of fun just digging into that rabbit hole and figuring out the best way to one-shot everything you see. Or you can just enjoy the story. Speaking of, we will be coming back to this again tomorrow. So we might be at the measurable 100%, but there are apparently 2 more super bosses in the game that I haven't seen yet, and I want to go and tackle those. They don't show up until you are actually in Chapter 13 again, so we'll be doing that tomorrow, and cruising through the extra story of the game one last time to close out this playthrough. And ideally, this time when I get to that last fight with Void, I end up piloting a really tricked out Ares Prime, and enjoying it instead of just hopping out of it by accident and deciding I'd rather fight him on foot. That's the plan. Which also means I'm probably going to do some extra farming in between now and Sunday, which is probably going to be the last stream, assuming those super bosses don't give me a lot more trouble than I'm expecting. But we will find out. We should be able to get one or both of them tomorrow, and then wrap things up on Sunday, is my current expectation. Beyond that, I don't know where we're going to go next exactly. I may end up taking next week just as a breathing space to attempt to let myself mentally recover from Mira. Honestly, it's going to take a bit for me to wind down from this game. It's been, and still is, such an absolutely wonderful time. And really, I am incredibly grateful to Monolith Soft for making this a reality. They insisted for the longest time that they were not going to port this game to the Switch, that there were too many complications with losing the gamepad in the transition. And I mean, I don't know, I wasn't tracking when exactly they stopped giving us that line when asked, or when people stopped asking because it was a believable and legitimate reason to not bother. But the fact that they did this at all is something I'm very grateful for. And also something that I'm curious about, because this is not a game they needed to port to the Switch. And this could just be total hopium speaking, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Xenoblade Chronicles X2, or whatever they decide to number the sequel to this as, for their next big game. I would be absolutely delighted if that ends up being the case, because for all of the absolutely fantastic stuff in this game, I am hungry to see what they could do in a sequel, using all of the lessons they've learned from 2, from 3, from the DLCs for both, and Future Redeemed, and I would love to see it. It would be terrific. Xenoblade Chronicles Y leading up to the inevitable Xenoblade Chronicles Z and the inevitable return of the consoles. Wouldn't that be hilarious? If we get a Xenoblade Y and then a Xenoblade Z and then Z comes back somehow and then it all makes sense. Yeah, I did see that Oblivion remaster come out and was thinking, wait, when was this happening? It's really cool that that happened. I've heard a lot of good stuff about it since it just sort of shadow dropped. What a game. So yeah, rambling aside, plan is currently for this weekend to play through Chapter 13 again, tackle those last couple of super bosses, and make sure the Ares Prime is fully tricked out, and then close the game out on Sunday. I'm looking forward to it. This game is such a delight. It's going to be hard to put it down, and this is another one that I can easily see myself continuing to play off and on just for a very long time to come. Oh, something else I would like to tinker with tomorrow, for anyone who is playing the game themselves, is I'd like to see if I can set my character up as a scout option to farm Bungelium with. Basically all that involves is I will put my character together, upload it when I have the full experience bonus set, and people in the chat or in Discord can scout me, see if you get Bungelium from that level 3. If you do, let me know, and then I leave it alone forever. And it's just an easy way to gain Bungelium for everybody who wants. I will make sure to go over that again tomorrow when I mention it, but yeah, just something else to look forward to. So, for everybody who's been here tonight for this adventure, thank you. It's, as always, a delight to be able to share these games with you, and just a treat to know that other people are enjoying these games with me. So, thank you for being here. And we will be streaming again tomorrow, like I said. I should have that one scheduled and available to see soon enough. And you should be able to see it coming up on the channel if you'd like to hang out again. And that should be everything. So, thank you again, everybody. I hope you have a great time tonight, and have a good night. Take care out there, stay safe, have a good night, good luck with whatever games you're playing, and I will see you all next time.